Good morning, everybody. We'll go ahead and get ready. Ask all the supervisors to their dais, please. All right. Appreciate everybody coming out and braving the weather. We'll get started here in 1 second. We'll go ahead and start with our Pledge of Allegiance. So if I could have Heather lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, we'll do a little housekeeping quick here. So item number 14, which is the TOT presentation, is going to be pulled. We'll bring that back at a later date. So if you're here for that discussion, just so you know, you can go outside and enjoy the weather. And then what we're going to do is a little bit different because we have some very specific time frames that we have to operate within today. So what we're going to do is we'll do the oral communications next, then we'll do staff reports, board reports, and then we're going to take item number 13, which is the amendment to the CAL FIRE. I'm sure many of you are here for that, so we want to be cognizant of your time. So if we can get you out on you're more than welcome to stay for the whole meeting. We want to make sure that you have time to understand what the schedule is. And then we're going to do our item number 15, which is the Miners Motel, depending on where we land on our closed sessions. So I do want to make a statement regarding our appointments and our closed sessions. A lot of times we have these on here just so we can have a good, smooth meeting. There are people a lot of times that will come in out of town or they'll be on Zoom, lawyers, attorneys, and we don't want to spend funds unnecessarily by having somebody sit online waiting for us to get done. So we're going to try to hit those as quick as on time as possible. But with that being said, we'll go ahead and put myself in the eye here, and we'll go ahead and start with oral communications.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Budner, publisher of CalaverisWatchdog.com. Anaya Kirk, on April 16th, the California Fair Political Practices Commission Enforcement Division, the FPPC, notified you of a sworn complaint alleging numerous severe violations of the Political Reform Act and alleging your severe criminal conduct. A collaborative investigation between the FPPC Enforcement Division, the California Department of Real Estate Enforcement Section, the CDRE, and law enforcement is imminent. Allegations include multiple instances of perjury for falsifying state filings, dozens of instances of premeditated evidence tampering. After having been notified you're under state investigation, failure to report real estate-related income on your required FPPC financial disclosures, misuse of public resources for your private gain, failure to disclose financial interests, conflicts of interests, abuse of your office, commingling your private real estate business with your official county business, and other allegations. Commingling is strongly prohibited. You have commingled your for-profit real estate business dozens of times on your Anaya.Kirk Facebook account, serving as your primary government communication platform, considered a public forum. It is held to a high legal standard you have ignored, while leveraging the intangible prestige and authority of your public office in furtherance of your private for-profit activities, exploiting the credibility and captive audience established by your public office to generate personal income, benefiting from the prestige and credibility of your public office as an implied trust factor. Several offenses you are actively committing are typically charged as misdemeanors, others felonies. Under specific circumstances, misdemeanors are elevated to felonies, as when a peace officer such as yourself commits these crimes. You have met the threshold of having committed numerous misdemeanors now likely to be charged as felonies. The CDRE enforcement section takes a dim view toward real estate agents failing to conspicuously disclose the name, licensee number, and brokerage name in advertising. It is punishable violation known as blind advertising. You illegitimately posted dozens of your real estate listings over a period of 19 months as blind advertising and illegitimately threaded your blind advertising with your Tuolumne County government business on your Anaya.Kirk Facebook account. Just one day after being notified by the FPPC Enforcement Division, you were under investigation for very serious allegations, including multiple counts of perjury and claims of blind advertising. You willfully tampered with evidence, a crime spree of 54 instances of evidence tampering in just 44 minutes, irrefutably demonstrating your consciousness of guilt. The DA's office, the grand jury, the sheriff's office, and county council were notified yesterday. You should not be here voting on any county matters today. Leave right now and go lawyer up. My name's Christopher Butner.
Good morning. My name is Chris Abbott, and I'm a resident of Twain Harte. I'm here today to voice my full support of Tim McCaffrey for District 3 Supervisor. When I first met Tim, I was immediately impressed by his approachability and authenticity, very down to earth and not a showboat. Also, by his commitment to being a full-time supervisor. Mr. Kirk has 2 other jobs, is deeply involved in his church, and a father of 4 children at home. Tim simply has the time and dedication necessary to be effectual in this position. Tim has stated that he will be attending all community meetings, even the ones that Mr. Kirk finds boring and unimportant, and simply doesn't have the time nor priority to attend. Next, Tim McCaffrey identifies as independent and nonpartisan, seeking to represent all residents of the county. He believes that religious beliefs should not have any influence on board decisions. His opponent, on the other hand, obviously leans quite far to the right, as do his fellow members, Mike Holland and Steve Griefer. Proposals and votes by these 3 members do not represent all citizens. It is also evident that religious and political beliefs affect their decisions, as evidenced by their failure to acknowledge the seriousness of the hate crime last year in Jamestown that seriously injured a local member of our LGBTQ community. Tim McCaffrey is open-minded and respectful to others. He has integrity and truly listens, unlike his opponent, who likes to talk about himself a lot. I have concerns about Anaya's disparaging and misleading remarks about Tim on several Facebook sites last month. This negative campaign tactic unfortunately speaks volumes about Mr. Kirk's character, and I believe backfired. In closing, I support Tim McCaffrey's focus on the real issues before us. Fire safety. Mr. Kirk, why did you vote to close Station 56? Despite the authentic concerns of people in your district. I was at that meeting and heard them. And now today we're talking about reducing staff. 2, infrastructure. Our roads have been bad for quite some time. 3, economic development and stability. 4, tourism. And lastly, jobs and housing. These are all areas that need improvement. I'm voting for Tim McCaffrey for District 3 Supervisor because we deserve more. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you. Mr. Flynn, come on up. I just want to make an announcement. I kind of jumped ahead of myself. I meant to say that anybody who's welcome to come up and talk for 3 minutes on anything that's not on the agenda. So if it's already on the agenda, you'll have your 3 minutes to talk about that. I appreciate the leeway there. So, Mr. Flynn, please.
Okay, my name is John Flynn. For anybody who doesn't know, I'm the political watchdog and take a bite out of crime. I'm McGruff, the crime dog. Okay, they always say that. That's who I'm McGruff, the crime dog. Okay, I want to talk about Jarrett Brandon. Jarrett Brandon was sworn in by Kevin Siebert on January 4th, 2021. I was in the lobby, and he was sworn in for District 5 Supervisor, and you were working for your father's music store in east of Sonora off Mono Way, $16 an hour, California minimum wage. But, now you were sworn in on March 4th, but on February 19th, you bought a house in Columbia, 6-bedroom house, 6 bathrooms, Schoolhouse Road, former bed and breakfast, and you had a substantial discount and you bought it for $507,000. How do you save up $507,000 working at your father's music store at $16 an hour? I don't know about that, but it's kind of odd and very odd. And then you had a notary public from Arkansas. We have notary publics in this county. They're at every bank. And then you had, it was Pulaski, some county in Arkansas. And then you had a lender from Michigan, which was and it lists you and your domestic partner, Saunders, and you guys, it's supposed to pay off your debt, the house, by not before or not later than March 1st, 2051. So there was got all the information on that. And also real quick now, we need an audit on HDAP monies is missing, and HHAP money is missing, an audit there. And what else do we have here? Got that, and I guess the last thing is, Sheriff Vasquez, you are being sued in federal court. I have paperwork for the county council, it's a substitution guy, and it's right here, and it's for the Eastern District Court of California. So here you go, I'm done, thank you very much. You're being sued again.
Thank you.
It's the lawsuit.
Is it the service of the summons, or you just give me a copy?
I'm just giving you a copy. Okay, there you go. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. This week in Washington, D.C., 500 leaders from around the country are participating in a week-long marathon reading of the Bible out loud from cover to cover. I can't do it all in 3 minutes, but here's a little bit. Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Judges 21:25. In those days, there was no king in Israel. Everyone did what was right in his own eyes. Isaiah 5:20. Woe to those who call evil good and good evil, and put darkness for light and light for darkness. Proverbs 16:18. Pride goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. 2 Timothy 3:2-5. For men will be lovers of themselves, lovers of money, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, unloving, unforgiving, slanderers without self-control, brutal despisers of good, traitors, headstrong, haughty, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God. Revelation 18:23. The light of the lamp shall not shine in you any more, and the voice of the bridegroom and bride shall not be heard in you any more. For your merchants were the great men of the earth, for by your pharmakia all the nations were deceived. Ouch, those are tough. Here is part of what President Trump will read tonight, 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sin and heal their land. Wouldn't that be nice? Here's my favorite. It's on my shirt because of my son. Romans 8:28. And we know that all things will work together for good for those who love God, to those who are the called according to his purpose. And finally, the most famous, and considering our brokenness, the most amazing one, is John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, so that whoever believes in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. The only thing that Indivisible gets right is that the United States does not have a king. Like him or not, we do have an elected president. But humanity in the world does have a king, a heavenly king, and his name is Jesus. I'll end with this one. Luke 8:17. For nothing is secret that will not be revealed, nor anything hidden that will not be known and come to light. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Megan Jacka. First, I want to be known that I am grateful for my home and for having a place to raise my boys. My family obtained affordable housing through Habitat for Humanity, and I do not take that for granted. But what we have experienced inside that community have created instability instead of security. I live in Parrots Ferry Village in Tuolumne County. I purchased my home through the Habitat for Humanity Tuolumne County
Excuse me,
homeownership-
ma'am. Yep, I hate to cut you off. Is this in regards to the Habitat for Humanity item that's coming up before the board? Or is this,
No.
or is this a separate?
It's separate.
Okay, thank you.
I moved in February 2017. When I first moved in, services were included with my HOA dues. But when management changed, those services were taken away. Trinity Abila and Tobias Kornk have been involved with the PFV HOA the entire time I've lived there. And now Habitat for Humanity Tuolumne County is the current HOA management. That has raised serious concerns for me about governance, accountability, concentration of power, and conflict of interest. I'm deeply concerned that the CEO and Executive Director of Habitat for Humanity Tuolumne County is also serving as a Parrots Ferry Village Homeowners Association manager. I'm also concerned that Tobias Kornka is publicly listed as the CEO, CFO, and Secretary of the PFV HOA, and that Trinity Abila is publicly listed as the PFV HOA's agent for service of process. When the same small group holds overlapping power over management, records, enforcement, and legal authority, homeowners are left without the transparency and independent oversight they deserve. I also want to raise a serious accountability concern about HOA dues. It is not just some services, it's all of the services. The services homeowners were paying HOA dues for, waste management, solar cleaning, street sweeping, and pest control, are not being provided to me through the HOA. I'm paying waste management directly while also paying HOA dues, and I cannot afford to pay both. Because of that, I've gone without pest control, and the same financial strain affects solar cleaning and other basic services. So exactly what are my HOA dues paying for? And while I'm grateful for my home, I also need it known that my youngest son has been bullied, harassed, and discriminated against within this Parrots Ferry Village Homeowners Association environment. I'm asking this board to recognize that when families in affordable housing are met with fear, confusion, unequal treatment, financial instability, conflict of interest concerns, and lack of accountability, that is not stability. That is housing insecurity. Housing programs meant to help families should not become the source of their insecurity. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, all. Patricia Ray, since nothing's been done about the dump by Rugged Trail, you still have to listen to me make these funny noises every other week. The original building pad for a manufactured home in the dump was in the ruined creek bed and was asbestos-laden serpentine rock left uncovered about a year, then covered with old crushed concrete. A second so-called building pad was up by the road-sized driveway, made enormous, and most likely has to do with boat and RV storage application not yet approved, noted 8/21/25. This second pad was concurrent with filling in the creek bed by dumping loads of dirty fill from 11/14/22 through 10/20/25. 36 separate days noted with usually multiple loads per day, some with the impossibly long-bedded huge end dumps, and often with seemingly endless grading. 29 more days are noted having no dumping but more grading, crane work, banging and scraping on rocks, etc., all of which was called water diversion on 3/10/25, only a pipe for water. The greatest concentrations of pad area increase and creek bed obliteration occurred late July 2023, mid-August 2024, and late August 2025. The so-called ministerial permit was issued July 17th, 23, renewed July 24, then again July 25 for 6 months. On 10/10/25, they were told they had 2 days to put up a house. No house. Its plans looked like an office building. Late 2025, they were told they couldn't put a home on the fill. 6/20/25, the CDD head gave them extra time to cover everything with dirt. Meanwhile, we were getting, several times, no responses to letters and phone messages or public records requests. The dump is never inspected, supposedly 4 times a year that I've seen. The so-called homeowner's ministerial permit is just a jack-in-the-box which, for unlimited times perpetually, each time the lid is lifted, the goblin thing pops up. Certain county laws are worthless since they're not enforced, and I wonder if any other California county in existence does this. Thank you.
Good morning. Enforcement of the TCOC and state law as written continues to be ignored and reinterpreted it when it comes to the industry waste disposal, as Pat just stated. Uncovered, old concrete demo mix continues to be dumped near neighborhood homes. A A well showing evidence of contamination in 2024 remains untested. Large piles of non-inert debris such as untested concrete demo mix and asphalt contaminated with hazardous crushed serpentine containing asbestos remain on the site close to multiple homes. Untested demo debris from the mill and other unknown sources was dumped into the seasonal creek drainage with no permit on about a quarter of the parcel, again violating the 10% threshold in grading chapter 1220, and that just happened recently, resulting in a large amount of untested leachate being washed into the stream. The permitless disposal facility continues to be falsely designated as an inert debris facility by the CDD local enforcement agency, conflicting with Cal Recycle's solid waste designation. It is a solid waste facility, in other words. The enforcement agency pages on the Cal Recycle website have regulations, instructions, and clear direction of what local enforcement agency responsibilities are, which laws should be enforced. Issuing a ministerial permit with openly disclosed false intentions is a cure for the many parcel violations, legal limitation, workarounds, and unethical and unsupported laws at all levels. The verbal choice of ordinance code reference for making the activities good appears to be the term, "it's legal." That means nothing. Like it's an ordinance code. It's not acceptable. Besides, California Government Code 65912.111, a building permit cannot be issued on an industrial site such as a disposal facility. Many local code violations have been presented to this and the previous Board of Supervisors in the past couple of years. It's been made very clear that CDD, the LEA, has manipulated laws by ignoring and overriding, including public health and safety laws. Cal Recycle has an entire section on its website that describes the LEA enforcement duties. The state designates the majority of enforcement responsibility to the local enforcement agency. Manipulation of those state laws are not allowed unless specific rules are used. County ignoring, reinterpreting, or overriding state law is not allowed unless strict guidelines are followed. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Andy Carter with Tuolumne County Transportation Council and Tuolumne County Transit Agency. I got some positive, exciting news for you this morning on one of our projects we're working on. As you know, we're currently partnering with City, County, Chicken Ranch Tribe to develop the Gold Rush Path, which is a multi-use trail that'll run from the Chicken Ranch tribal lands through Jamestown and Sonora and out to the Columbia State Historic Park. We brought an item to our board on the 8th of this month to formally change the name of that project from the Gold Rush Path to the Tuolumne Heritage Trail. We worked with this name change concept with our partners on this project, and we think this new name better reflects the full story of our community. The Gold Rush could be really anywhere in the Sierra Nevadas, so by using the name Tuolumne in our project name, it gives us a better description that helps to create more of an identity to the location of this project. So along with the new name, we're working on updating the project website, all of our social media accounts, so you can check that out now at tuolumneheritagetrail.org, and then Tuolumne Heritage Trail on Facebook and Instagram. We're still looking forward to getting this amazing project delivered into the community, and I did want to take a moment to thank Caltrans, all the engineering teams who have worked on this project, our city and county partners, and our tribal partners as well. We're going to be doing an outreach event in May, and we'll make sure to get an invite out to everyone, so if you're interested in attending, learning more about the project, we'll be happy to share all the info with you. And in closing, I do have a silly little active transportation joke. So we are excited to roll out our new name, and we're going to keep this project running in the right direction. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. I'm here on behalf of many, many neighbors on Ridgeview Drive up in Sonora Meadows. I'm sure there are countless people have already been putting in complaints because I'm hearing about them. What's happened is around 21212 Ridgeview Drive, a man has taken residence in his van. He claims to own the land. There's at least 8 of us that have tried to find out, does he own the land? But it's just a lot, an empty lot. What he has done, he has dumped tons of gravel and rock onto the public easement and has been haphazardly altering our county road. He's on the public right-of-way, and it's for his personal use. There are no permits showing. I've called several times Public Works, and they're just not responsive. At the same time, he's been accumulating junk and debris along the road, including building materials, vehicles, various junk. He just added a shopping cart last night. This is creating safety hazards, affects the quality of life for every resident on our road. He's also taking items down into the vacant lot. Multiple neighbors have contacted code enforcement, the building department, Public Works, the sheriff's office, CHP, and animal control. Despite all these repeated calls, there's been no follow-up and apparently no coordination between agencies. During this time, he just keeps on adding things to the roadside. There have also been ongoing incidents of his aggressive and confrontational behavior toward the neighbors, which adds significantly to the safety concerns we're raising today. He has a dog that he will leave tethered on a stick with no water, no food, and he's gone for hours. He also he started with 3 rabbits that were out there, and I'm not sure, they've gone down to 2 and then down to 1 that's just in a cage, right there by the street. What we're asking for is clear communication and a designated point of contact and confirmation that these complaints are being actively investigated. Specifically, we are requesting 3 things: that code enforcement issue a formal notice of violation with a clear compliance deadline, that the county confirm the status of this parcel and whether any permit application has been submitted, and that if any permits or approvals are under consideration,
Okay, ma'am.
that the affected neighbors.
You're out of time at this point.
Okay.
Ma'am?
So, ma'am, we're out of time right now, so I think what Supervisor Campbell's going to say is if you wish to contact him, perhaps during a break, or we have staff in the back that you could address this to, but as of right now, you're out of time on your public speaking, the
Yeah.
public.
Okay.
Ma'am, I was going to say, I have a
Yeah.
card for you. So, yeah, if you want to email me what
All right. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Wilson. I'm a corruption fighter here based in Tuolumne County. Since I talked to you guys last time, 2 CPS workers were removed, Brittany Beneke and Mindy Campbell. Can't figure out why. I wish we did. I had reported multiple child abuse cases to them. It was later determined that the cases were being destroyed. I had another supervisor on record, off record, tell me that directly. Through our investigation, we do believe that if they were to enforce that after the mass corruption that we're seeing over in Ryan's wife's courtroom with the fentanyl supporting and the child abuse supporting and all that over there, that we believe at the time that if they were to take action, that they would take, Ryan would take reaction against them since he has sat on all the committees involving children until just recently. With the removal of Ryan off of child support, I do have direct workers that were saying that there was a lot of tampering going on with that before. What's very concerning to me is that Ryan and his wife sit where they sit, yet the county removed people that were family. We've removed a lot of wife and husband teams. County council being one of them that was running, and then the other one was running the public defender's office, sorry. So what we need to do and what my legal team is now moving forward to, we've pretty much cleaned up most of all the workers that aren't voted in. The only ones that are left is Andy Hockett. She needs to go. She knows about a lot of the abuse going on, the cover-ups on it. When she was over there, I've reported all this to her. but it was a big move when we finally, whatever happened in there, and those two are gone, with the CPS workers. We keep pushing and pushing and pushing. At this point, we will be moving towards federal. We are going to continuously write to the higher courts to make Ryan get off all the committees so that he can't do anything with the children due to conflict of interest, as we've won before in the past with him when he was sitting on the child support board. His wife will tell everybody, I don't know what he does. We have that. Or she'll be like, it doesn't matter. Why don't you guys save us a lot of legal time? We're not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. We're gaining your ground. We have like 30 people right now. We're putting our cases together, and we're going to go to the federal courts. Thank you.
All right. Looks like we found the smallest CHP officer to approach the podium here. I'm glad to razz my former boss, now Lieutenant Matty Schock. So the floor is yours, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Board. I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Lieutenant Randy Matashak. I'm the new commander of the Sonora Area CHP. I know most of you, work with some of you, supervised one of you. So
Didn't take.
So anyways, like I said, I know most of you. I'm going to be, I'm here for a while. I'm new to the position, but I'm not new to Sonora, obviously. I've been here as a supervisor for 9 years prior to my promotion to lieutenant. I went up to Sacramento for a short amount of time, was able to come back home. So I am vested in the community. This is not just a stop on the career path. I have 2 adult sons who work in allied agencies, an adult daughter who does the same, and a son-in-law who works for the sheriff's office as well. So I'm here for the long haul. Some of you have my phone numbers. If you ever need to get a hold of me, please get a hold of Supervisor Griefer. Supervisor Campbell has it. I believe, excuse me, Supervisor Kirk has it as well. Excuse me. So if you ever need to get a hold of me, please feel free to reach out for anything that we can be of assistance with, or any issues that you have with the highway patrol, or anything that we can help. So
Right.
with that, thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And welcome back.
Good morning. I was just wondering if we could design the agenda without closed sessions in the middle of the agenda. That kind of destroys it for the community, because then we have to wait for the meeting to continue. So if that could be consideration of the CAO and the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other public comment? Seeing none. Thank you, everyone. So now we'll go on to staff reports. Is there any staff report that wish to be provided?
And an awkward silence
I know.
descends over the room.
We still need a walk-up song for her. Maybe Jaws or something. Dun, 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 dun.
Good morning, Board. Kim Freeman, your health officer, here with some good news. I'm just here to recognize Fentanyl Awareness Day on April 26th. And with that, I want to recognize the hard work that's been put into our community, especially through TNT. Our death rate from fentanyl in 2024 was 18 deaths, and in 2025, just 4 deaths. Huge improvement. So, happy Fentanyl Awareness Day. Certainly, we could do better, but that's a good start.
Good morning, Board. Dory Beats, Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Services. Thank you, Heather, for putting this up. I wanted to give a little update about our California Wildfire Mitigation Program, also known as our Home Hardening Project. On March 20th, we supported the Sierra Nevada Regional Meeting of the California Wildfire and Forest Resilient Task Force by hosting a tour of our California Wildfire Mitigation Grant Home Hardening Project here in Tuolumne County. We had over 30 participants, one of the larger tours, including many executives from both CAL FIRE, We also even had Lake County Supervisor Paiska, if I can pronounce her name correctly, join us as well. Lake County is also managing a project. It was a great opportunity for those participants to learn from us about the program, some of the positives and some of the do's and don'ts, and some of just the progress that we've made, and some of just great conversations amongst everyone. This particular dashboard, I want to remind, is live. I do have flyers out for the public, and we do have this posted on our website. And this is really showing where we're at. We really would like to get our parcels, those individuals that are eligible to apply. As you can see, we only have 93 within the project boundary that have applied. We have a great team. Lindsay Bartow, who is our project manager, is doing a phenomenal job at our assessments and has started on what is called the scope of work based on those assessments. When someone applies, it is through the state portal system. So we don't get to control when it then comes to us for an assessment. But once it does come to us for assessment, Lindsay then arranges with those individuals to make sure that we can go out there and do an assessment. And then once the assessment is done, then they start to work on the scope of work based on the assessment of both defensible space and home hardening under the project parameters. I also want to give a big shout out to Mark Fisher, who has been filling in for a vacant analyst position that would normally handle some of the work, administrative work. He has been doing a phenomenal job. In fact, we have a weekly call with Cal OAS and Cal Fire executives, and they are constantly talking about the work that both Lindsay and Mark are doing to help us get to the point that we need to be. So we're really excited about that, but we want to make sure that folks that live in the Ponderosa and Miramonte are applying so that we can make sure that we get as many folks in the project as possible and we can assist them. So thank you very much, Heather, for that. I want to remind folks, that as we begin our normal preparedness season, sometimes we start this in May, but April is a really good month to start thinking that all of us must have a plan. And if you have not signed up for emergency alerts, please do so. You can go to our county webpage. Right at the top at the banner says emergency alerts. Click on that. It'll take you to our Everbridge portal. Make sure you're signing up. Also make sure that everyone has a go bag and that you should discuss plans for evacuations and what we should all do in the case of emergency. Discuss all the possible scenarios with your family and your loved ones, even your co-workers. The more we plan, the better we will be ready, Tuolumne. This is this particular year, obviously, conditions are trending towards a more potential fire season throughout the entire state, so we all need to do our part to prepare for, respond to, and recover from any potential disaster. Also, April is Earthquake Preparedness Month, so please be ready for earthquakes. It's not a matter of if, but when in the state of California that we will have a catastrophic earthquake. So pay attention and be ready. With that preparedness, I want to take the opportunity to say a lot of thank yous because there's a lot of folks that go in to the work that we do. And OAS has grown into such a strong and important component of this county and getting our communities prepared. We have met a lot of people along the way, and I personally would like to take the time to say thank you. First, to the public. Thank you to the public for stepping up and taking individual responsibility, for creating your go bags and signing up for Everbridge. When I started, we had probably about 11,000 records in the system, and we have well over 90, close to 100,000 in Everbridge currently. I want to thank the public for wanting to learn about Firewise, for creating defensible space, for learning how to harden your home, and to reduce the risk of ember ignition. Thank you always for listening and learning and for caring for your families, your neighbors, and your community. We all have enjoyed getting to know so many of you and appreciate your desire for more information. Whether it's Firewise or homeowners associations, any of the public entities or groups, communities that we get out to do education has been really valuable and has really been a pleasure to work with all of you. Second, I would really want to take a moment to thank all of our cooperators. OAS currently serves as the operational area coordinator. This means we coordinate with all the partners and stakeholders before, during, and after disasters. Monthly meetings are held, and there are a lot of organizations that we would like to thank specific for their professionalism, their support, their commitments to making our communities safer. And I do apologize if I've missed somebody in this list. But in the city of Sonora, both fire, PD, administration have been great partners in preparing for and responding to our tribal governments. The Tuolumne Band of Chicken Ranch, Tuolumne Band and Chicken Ranch Band in Miwok, who always step up to help before, during, and after. Our CAL FIRE TCU partners, each and every one of them, Chief Kashi, Chief Gorham, Battalion Chief Torres, everyone, the work that they do to make our place safer. All of our fire chiefs, Twain Hart, Chief Gamez, Tuolumne, Chief Santee, Miwok, Sugar Pine, Chief Klin, Strawberry, Tuolumne Rancheria, Chief Millis, Chicken Ranch, Rancheria, Chief New. Thank you all for your strong work and support over the years. Next, our utility partners, TUD, Twain Hart Community Service District, Groveland Community Service District, TID, Tridam, Hetch Hetchy, PG&E. Cannot say enough about the teamwork from each and every one of you before, during, and after is just amazing. A phone call and you guys are there, everyone, from the top level leadership all the way down. Superintendent of schools, Zach Abernathy, all of the staff, all of the schools, we really have strengthened the partnership and coordination. American Red Cross, we simply could not provide mass care and sheltering without you, so we appreciate you. CHP, I'm glad to see Maddie Schock back, so welcome home. Also, Tuolumne County Transportation Council, T-Cares, those are our ham radio folks. They really are important to the work that we do. Adventist Health Sonora, Columbia College, our state parks, Caltrans, U.S. Forest Service, Yosemite National Park, Bureau of Reclamation, our partners at the National Weather Service, BLM, and of course, our Sheriff CSU and CERT volunteers. Each and every one of these organizations is vital to helping when we have a disaster, and their hard work, commitment to coordinate and support efforts is truly has been appreciated. I am grateful for what all of you have taught me and for your friendships beyond doing business together. Other organizations that we work with, and I want to give a shout out for their support and coordination, visit Tuolumne, Interfaith, Sonora Area Foundation, ATCA, Area 12 on Aging, and Tuolumne Chamber. This third set of thank yous goes out to all the county employees and departments. It has really been truly fulfilling, amazing to work with these individuals to help better and prepare our communities. So I thank you for your support and your friendship and your commitment to the county. No in particular order, but the most frequent and the most that I do work with lately has been obviously Public Works. Blossom, Denise, Doreen, Dawn, Brittany, Emma, Spencer, Madeline, and Renee, and GIS. Every single one of them is incredibly valuable and helpful and such a phenomenal team. Our Community Development Department, Rachel, Taryn, Shady, Sarah, the gals up front, Rachel and Joy, Environmental Health, Deb and Natalie. Always a phone call away when we have an emergency or we need to figure out a solution to a problem. County Fire, of course, Steve and Sonia, Nate, Kim. Everyone in HR, when we have questions about how to do things. County Council, who always provides what we think we already know, but finalize it and tell us for sure. The IT folks, Trevor, Daniel, Gabe, Darren, Joe, every single one of them. When it comes to OES, we've asked had a lot of requests for IT over the years, and it's just truly grateful for the fact that they are always there when we need them and always come up with solutions when we have an idea and we want to make things much more efficient and better. Facilities, Corinne, Steve, the housekeepers, I see a lot after hours when I'm working late or early in the day. Our auditor and controllers, of course, the assessor, tax collector, all of the ladies and gents over at HHSA from behavioral health and public health, EMS, social services. There's so many to name over there, but you ladies know who you are. Ag and air pollution, and of course our sheriff, dispatch and sheriff's office, animal control, all of the amazing work that they do to support the DA's attorneys, Cassandra and Patrick, you two rock. I love watching you. Probation, Damon and Joe for helping us move multiple times. Of course, the CAO's office. Liz and Heather have been here the longest, other than me. I'm the newbie compared to those two. But thank you for everyone that does all that work in there. So, last thing for me today, and I promise. As you know, I was not able to attend the March 24th Board of Supervisor meeting that discussed moving OES under the Sheriff's Office. While I have expressed that I feel any county OES, so not just Tuolumne, should not be under any first responder agency like the Sheriff's, I wanted to say for the record, since I was not here to speak to it in person, that I absolutely support the Sheriff, the Sheriff's Office, and all of the staff. OES has worked really hard to support all of our first responder agencies. And specific to the Sheriff's Office, we've taken multiple steps over the past 5 years to support alert and warning by being the backup to the dispatchers, provide support through evacuation education to the public, create staffing and training to run a public information line that supports the non-emergency calls during an emergency so the dispatchers can handle the real emergency calls into 911. My comments and opinions are specific to structure and almost 20 years of doing work in emergency management. I truly believe that OES should not fall under law or fire or any elected office. I would say the same if it was proposed to fall under fire or if I was in a different county. No hard feelings to the sheriff or anyone. It is not personal and it's not about personnel. It is simply about organizational, functional structure that I have a strong opinion of. Your opinion as the board is also appreciated, and I respect all of your decisions when you make them as a board. While we as staff might not always agree, we do serve at your direction. I understand that, and I see that you have on next week's agenda an item to formally move OES under the Sheriff's Office by resolution. I respect your decision to do that. With that, I know you will support my decision. This morning, I formally gave my resignation. My last day will be May 30th. I'm sorry. For those that know me, I'm very passionate, and I hold nothing against any of you. I'm giving my date of May 30th because I want to be available to Roger, to the sheriff, to you as a board, to ensure a transition. And so, sorry, so sorry. I was doing really good. I was trying not to. But I really want to thank everyone at Tuolumne County for the work that we have done. And I'm really confident that the great strides that we have made during my tenure will continue under your new organizational structure. And I will do everything in my power to help that before I leave. Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to have made a difference. I will absolutely cherish my time here as a county employee. I have learned a heck of a lot, and I'm very, truly grateful for this experience. So I apologize, and thank you so much.
Any other staff reports? All right, seeing no other staff reports, we'll move into board reports. Does any of the board have any reports they would like to make? And additionally, for the public, there are a lot of times things are said to the board where during public comment where we don't have an opportunity to respond back because of the structure. However, during board reports, we do have an opportunity to answer any things or claims. So I'm going to give Supervisors Kirk, Campbell, Supervisor Brandon an opportunity to answer any of the claims that were made against them today.
No, I have nothing regarding the allegations. Regarding my report, I'll start with First of all, Dory, hate to see you go. We've had lots of great conversations and a lot of good work. So I want to publicly acknowledge you. I'm sure there'll be a day between now and May 30th to do that formally, but I'm going to miss you. I attended the K-9 dinner on Saturday where 400 plus folks from the community showed up to support that operation. It was a great thing. For fun, prior to that, I did the Old Mill run with my son, a 10K. That was a great adventure. We'll talk about Station 56 later, but as a formal meeting, I did meet with CAL FIRE leadership yesterday, leadership above our local leadership level, who is also in the room, and we had a great conversation, which I'll bring up today during the 56 conversation. But that's it for my reports.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah, as to what was said before.
Okay.
Who cares? But I'm pretty much in shock by what we just heard. I was thinking I missed an email, but I guess we weren't included on that. So I'm hearing about resignation of one of our, hands down, the best public servants, not just for Tuolumne County, but in Tuolumne County. So I'm kind of reeling from that right now. I haven't had time to think about it. But I'm sure we'll be needing to have a discussion about what led to Ms. Beats' decision. It's disappointing. I was going to go over what I've been doing over the past couple of weeks, but I think I'll let that sit. There's one thing I would like to make the board aware of, because I sit with Supervisor Brandon on the Amador-Tuolumne Action Agency. We had a meeting on Friday, and one of the issues that was brought up relates to the shelter on Washington Street. That there's been a request by the city to reduce the number of beds there, and that creates a knock-on effect with other problems. I've been working with Joe Boers, the director there. I think we have some resolutions there, but I just wanted, since we have this opportunity to share this information with my colleagues here in an open forum, I wanted to do that. So we are working through that problem. I'll kind of leave it to Joe to expand on that if he would like at any point in the future, but that is an issue that's come up. And then I attended several other regular meetings. That's all.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Brandon? I know you said no, but I want to make sure I didn't miss that. Nope.
Yeah, well, then I echo Supervisor Campbell's comments. This is a huge loss in expertise, and somebody who is an amazing partner and has been my entire time here and has really done great, and it's kind of hard to pull together thoughts after that. We have had some work. I appreciate Supervisor Griefer, some of our discussions there related to TCTC, and good discussion with Caltrans following up with that. I'm also thanking them for the Pedro Y intersection improvement. We knew that was a partial project that was going to need a next step. It has that. And it was a privilege to be able to bring up an insurance commissioner candidate to show some forest work, basically meet with some business owners and be able to share a little bit about what it looks like when it doesn't work, when the community burns, when we are being priced out on that. So I think it was a really useful effect, and I encourage everybody, please write to those folks who may end up in those offices that can help us to come up and to learn from us so they know our situation, and I'm going to continue doing my part in that too. But yeah, that's a lot.
I'll echo the same as my two colleagues. I was not prepared for that statement by Ms. Beats. We will address that and we'll move forward. I too have been contacted and reached out to an insurance commissioner. Again, I strongly believe that insurance is not a political position. It's a nonpartisan position. We need to make sure that we're getting the best representation. So on May 6th, we'll have an insurance candidate come up to the Tuolumne Resiliency Center. That'll be at 5:30 on May 6th at the Tuolumne Resiliency Center. We'll get more information out. It'll be live streamed. We'll have the candidate be allowed to address all the people within our county that might have concerns, regardless of political party or what. I agree with Supervisor Brandon that insurance is we're getting killed on insurance, and we want to make sure that whoever gets that seat next has full understanding of how insurance affects us here in the community. I do want to address one of the items that were brought up which has been brought up several times regarding Industry Way. It sounds like the county's not doing anything on that, which might be a perception, but it's obviously a discussion that we can't rebut in public because there are other parties involved. So just because you might hear that one thing is occurring, whether it's Industry's Way or it's another property or something within the county, doesn't mean nothing's happening. There's certain rules and legal obligations that we're not allowed to talk about in public because the other parties have rights. So we try to be as transparent as possible, but sometimes it seems like nothing is happening because we can't tell you what's actually happening. Lastly, I was with Supervisor Kirk at the CAL FIRE meeting. A great discussion. I'll let him lead off with that regarding that when we come back to it. And then lots of great things happening in our community. It's it's spring's here, so lots of events are happening. I was not brave enough to go on that run you guys went on, so congratulations for that and for everybody who successfully completed that. So that's my board report.
Thank you, Chair. A couple things. Also attended the K-9 dinner. It was great down at Chicken Ranch. 400 people. A lot of you guys know or don't know that, yes, we pay for the officers, but it's really the community that really helps and supports that K-9 program with the dogs and the training and all the extras that go into it. So really, it's truly a program owned by the community. So I'm not sure if we got the figures out on how much they raised, but I know in the past it's been well over $100,000 for that program. I don't see our sheriff in here yet, but he maybe will have a total for us later. So that was great. The other thing is I want to give a shout out to Dr. Freeman back there. She came a few weeks ago and gave us a presentation on Kratom, and I'll forget the other name because I mess it up all the time. But I called the city of Sonora, arranged for us to come give the same presentation to the city of Sonora. It sounds like they have interest in joining with us to put together a co-ed authored ordinance code to ban these products in our county, which are not really good. They're basically just legalized drugs in a way. So I thought it was good. I want to thank her for making the trip. And if you've ever been in the city meeting, there's a lot of stairs to get up. They don't have an elevator, and she made it there. So, and also to the lady on Ridgeview, one of your neighbors actually called me last week and told me about the problem, asked if I could help. I actually contacted Roger. He's driven by there 2 or 3 times. They're trying to find the guy living in his van, but he seems to always be disappearing out of there. But so it is being addressed. He just isn't always there. So, and I did get a picture today. He has now put a new leather couch out in the street. So if anyone needs a leather couch, there's a nice one in the street. So thanks.
Okay, so as I kind of stated earlier, my goal was to have our 10 o'clock appointments, but because we're at 10 o'clock now, what I'd like to do is take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to roll into item number 13. I know this is going to impact our 10 o'clock appointment. I apologize, but I would imagine, how many here are for the amendment? Yeah, that's kind of what I suspected. So I want to be cognizant of your time, so if we can have this opportunity. So we'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll take item number 13. Okay, we'll go ahead and restart the meeting. If I could have everyone take their seats. All right, with that being said, if I could have the Madam Clerk read item number 13, please.
Item number 13, consideration of adopting Resolution 44-26, approving an amendment to the cooperative agreement with CAL FIRE for fiscal year 26-27, and an amount not to exceed $32,422,015.
All right. Mr. Root.
Good morning, Board. As you may recall, back in January, CAL FIRE did a presentation regarding their services within Tuolumne County. We currently have a fire cooperative agreement with CAL FIRE that is through July 1st of 2024 through June 30th of 2027. The maximum amount for that contract was $34,794,771. On January 6th, the board directed CAL FIRE to go back and to do an amendment and for fiscal year 26-27. A reduction of $2,372,756 CAL FIRE has come back with that amendment for this contract, which does reduce the contract by that amount, and includes the elimination of 6 firefighters on that agreement. So this is the amended contract, eliminating those 6 positions and reducing the contract amount by $2,372,756.
All right, thank you. I'll bring it to the board for comments, or sorry, for questions only. So we'll start with questions. Supervisor Kirk? Supervisor Brandon? Supervisor Holland? Supervisor Campbell?
The only question I had, I guess, is for my colleagues. So the two of you met with, you said CAL FIRE leadership. Was there some agreement that you reached through that, or what was the nature of that meeting?
No, so what we talked about is twofold, was potential long-term plans or how we could address that using that building. There was a discussion about CAL FIRE not having split, I'm going to get the phrase wrong, split 2 different groups operating within the county. They have primary, excluding the GCSD or Twain Hart or other agencies like that. It was that. And then the second part of that conversation was about providing continued fire service up in the Groveland area.
Is that rolled into this discussion here with the amendment?
No.
Then why was it brought up?
What do you mean? He was just, not to speak for Supervisor Kirk or myself, or to speak for Supervisor Kirk, but we brought it up because we had a meeting and we told people we had a meeting.
Well, it sounds like if you were discussing alternatives to what's outlined in the contract amendment, that should be part of this discussion, should it not?
We didn't talk about the terms of the contract. We just asked a clarification on the contract regarding CAL FIRE services within the county, whether it was an Amador station or it was a GCSD cooperative, whether it was an operation. There's lots of things. It was a very good, open conversation about fire health and security in our community.
Well, I mean, as you might expect, I'm very curious to know what are some of those other options, as I'm sure many other people are.
But there were no options. We just had a discussion about what could we do in the future, and the future discussion was they're going to look into it, and we're going to look into it and see what we can do. As you know, one of the options, for the future would be a funding measure, whether it was a tax measure or was a something along those lines, which you're aware of already with Measure Z being promoted and failing, as well as things like that. So if you're looking for a smoking gun, if you will, there is none. It was just more of a.
I'm not looking for a smoking gun. I'm asking a sincere question. If you talked with representatives from CAL FIRE, they're the ones impacted by this contract amendment. Mm-hmm. If they have other options available that we could be considering rather than amend the contract, I would very much like to know.
Well, even if that were to have occurred, we would not be able to discuss that today because the item before the board today is to approve the amended contract as presented by staff. So if we were to say we wanted to find, another funding source, or we wanted to do this, or we wanted to do that, we could not make that determination today because that's not the item before this board. Sorry.
Right. Well, but wouldn't you agree that if, for example, there was some agreement with, another agency to provide services, whether, let's say, CAL FIRE was going to give us a break or cut the cost or something like that, that would have a material influence on my decision today about approving the contract amendment.
Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, hopefully this can provide some clarity. The genesis of this conversation yesterday with CAL FIRE came after the January 6th conversation. We tried to get something on the books. It so happened that it landed yesterday. The conversation yesterday, Steve Supervisor Griefer kind of summed it up, but we needed to get crystal clear clarity from leadership at a very high level what the parameters were that we as board members could operate in as far as the CAL FIRE contract and looking how do we restore 56 if it can't be within the contract. So we had that conversation. It was very clear. The boundaries is very clear about if other entities whether it's other partners in the community or Twin Heart CSD, how we could operate within that. They made it very clear. It was a good conversation, so we have clarity on that moving forward. Our CAO was there as well. Also, one of the greatest things that happened from yesterday's meeting is CAL FIRE made it clear that when the item was brought before the board January 6th, the item that was brought before the board was, do we open it, do we keep it open, or do we close it? But there were no options provided that potentially CAL FIRE could work on and bring back. So yesterday's conversation was, yeah, please, CAL FIRE, work within your organization if you can make things more affordable, if there's a different structure, if it's more about medical calls, if it's about putting a different engine. The whole thing was, please go forth. If there's any solutions, bring them back. Today, those solutions won't be brought back, but they are investigating that, and that will come back at a later date.
Seems a bit backwards to me, don't you think? That we're looking at options.
Please stop. No.
So
to be fair to everyone, hold on 1 second.
What I recommend, Steve, is that we let the public make their comments. Then we can make our comments and we can move forward. That's what this is about, questions right now. So I answered your question.
Yeah, and one thing you brought up is sort of what you brought it up, so I'll address it. You brought up Twin Heart CSD. You've made offers to that community services district to take a portion of the funding that was provided to keep Fire Station 56 open and I don't know the right term, gift that money to a special district.
There's been no offers made. There's been conversations, Ryan. That's our joy.
Well, that's the nature of the conversation, correct?
The nature of the conversation is to provide.
To gift the funds that were provided towards Station 56 to a special district in your community, and if that is the goal that we're trying to look for after this decision, I think people should know about that.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I know this. So again,
going off the rails here.
Hold on. So again, I'm going to
It's material to the issue,
gentlemen. What I'm going to ask is, I know this is an important issue for all of us. Please refrain from clapping or booing or hooting and hollering. If we can't do that, then I have to clear the room until we can have decorum and bring it back. I don't want to do that. So please we're going to be respectful of us, and we will be respectful of you as you speak as well. Okay? All right. Any other questions, Supervisor Campbell?
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I'll go ahead and open it up to the floor. Everyone has 3 minutes. All right. So obviously, and I'll give you a moment to start. So obviously, if you wish to express the same concerns as the person in front of you, you can say ditto or what have you, so we can save some time. But by all means, no one is being limited on their time to speak. You have 3 minutes. At 1 minute, the thing will beep, and you'll know. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Julie Fountain, and I live in Sonora. On January 6th, our Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors voted to close Fire Station 56. This closure affects all of us, each of us here in this county. We, the people of the county, will be forced to pay much higher fire insurance prices. We can't afford that. But we also cannot afford the loss of our fire station and the fire staff and all that they do to protect life and property. This isn't only an issue of money, however, it's also an issue of time. By taking away one single fire station, you're also taking away not just the staff at that fire station, but also the equipment. We rely upon that equipment and those people. And we will lose out on the vital response time in saving those lives and property. The road on which I live in Sonora has had 8 calls in the last 2 years, at least 8 calls in 2 years to 911. 5 of those were for fire. 3 of those were for medical, one of which was my husband. Each of these 8 calls represents lives, the lives of the callers and their loved ones, and in the case of the fires, the lives and property of their neighbors and the community. These calls and the response they bring are so important. And so now, you are considering an amendment to reduce our CAL FIRE by 6 firefighters. Page 14 of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors Governance Manual, revised a year ago on April 22nd, 2025, addresses the board's strategic goals, the very first of which is listed as fire prevention and safety objectives, with subcategories including prevent loss of life and property, improve wildfire resiliency, and third, stabilize funding to maintain appropriate service levels. I'm not hearing any of that in this goal, any of those goals being met by reducing our fire protection budget by $2.3 million and 6 staff. But you have an opportunity here. You have a chance to work with us, the people of your county, and make this right. Find a way to keep the fire protection that we all need. Show us that you see your constituents as important. Show us your integrity, your ethics, and your conscience. It's time to listen to the people. We vote for you, and please vote against this amendment. We need your help, and as Dory Beats said, safety is the responsibility of all of us. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Butner, publisher of Calaveras-Watchdog.com. A December 2024 San Francisco Chronicle article emphasized Tuolumne, Calaveras, Amador, and Nevada counties are in the top 10 of California's most wildfire-prone counties, ranked as the top 4 U.S. counties with the highest cancellation rates and non-renewals of homeowners insurance policies. This regional problem impacts all of us, regardless of whether we live in Tuolumne, Calaveras, or nearby. Persistent threats of a wildfire erupting into a conflagration in Tuolumne or Calaveras counties, especially in the wildland-urban interface communities such as Sonora, Twainhart, Columbia, Murphys, and Arnold, naming just a few in our South Central Sierra subregion, confront us with ever-present and growing threat of catastrophic regional fires, as we've seen with the Rim Fire in 2023, the Donnell Fire in 2018, the Washington Fire in 2021, and the 6.5 fire of the September Lightning Complex in 2025, emulating historic Chinese camp, and the 2.7 fire in Murphys, forcing my family's evacuation, nearly costing us our home and community. The September Lightning Complex quickly overwhelmed CAL FIRE and local fire resources. That's why I'm here today. Cutting fire stations is short-sighted and dangerous. I have nothing but praise and admiration for the diligent firefighters of CAL FIRE TCU, Chief Nick Cassie, and Tuolumne County Fire Assistant Chief Nathan Gorham. I offer them, as well as Supervisors Campbell and Brandon, my fullest support in keeping Monte Vista Station 56 open. Conversely, I express extraordinary consternation for the decision of Supervisors Holland, Griefer, and Kirk, representing short-sightedness and irresponsibility to the community, exhibiting collective negligence for an incomprehensible vote in January to initiate defunding of the Monte Vista Station 56 for fiscal year 26-27. Their stated intention, chopping $2.3 million from the final year of the 3-year agreement with CAL FIRE, reducing Tuolumne County's active stations by 1, eliminating 1 fire engine and its crew of 6 firefighters. This meets the exact definition of the moral hazard I specifically spoke of in these chambers on March 3rd, echoing concerns of CAL FIRE and Tuolumne County fire officials, many concerned citizens, and 2 district supervisors that all calls that Monte Vista Station 56 currently responds to would need to be diverted to other overburdened resources or agencies. Homes, livelihoods, and lives are being placed at risk if this Board of Supervisors irrationally votes today by the widely expected 3-2 margin to defund Monte Vista Station 56 as of July 1, just as peak fire season is ready to rage. My name's Christopher Butner, publisher of Calaveras-Watchdog.com.
Madam Clerk, I noticed that the counter was not working.
Judy Spizak. I guess all of us in this county should be asking the question, do we want more fire stations or do we want fewer fire stations? Why would you close the fire station? The decision to do so defies logic. Why would you take away something that we all had to fight to acquire, especially when the need is clearly there for the fire department and emergency service reports? The funding is available. The county has set aside funds within the fire budget and contingency funds that could keep all fire stations open. The community is against the closure. The repercussions are inarguably damaging to your constituents. An increase in homeowners insurance, decrease in response time for emergency calls. Last but not least, that decision to close the fire station will ultimately and directly result in loss of life. People love living in the foothills. but it comes at a cost, including the threat of fire danger. There is an expectation that our elected officials will protect our county. By closing an already established fire station, you are deliberately and proactively destroying this community, the land and the people who love it. I implore you to do your job, to do the right thing, to make the logical decision and keep the fire station open.
Hi there. I'm Betsy Hurst. Do I have to disclose I've been a Realtor for 28 years? GRE number 01229794.
Ma'am, please address.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I got that. Cell phone number? Okay. No. You know, I didn't do a bunch of research except for a phone call this morning to our insurance agent. And definitely the insurance costs are going to go up. It won't happen immediately, but if we close that station, everybody in Ridgewood, Soulsbyville, Willow Springs, Monte Vista, I live at the end of Sunshine Road and up Green Acres. I'm there, and our insurance costs will go up. I verified that. That also means if insurance costs go up, your property values will probably go down. We've already got people panicking because they don't think they can get insurance here, and they make calls to us. Yes, you can get insurance. It's Cal Fair and a DIC policy. You know, mine's got up, 4 times the amount as it was a few years ago, and it is affecting property values. The other thing is North Sunshine and Highway 108. That's one of the most accident-prone places in our entire county. I mean, an 84-year-old friend was hit about a month and a half, 2 months ago as she was turning off the highway onto Sunshine. She passed away 2 weeks later. And, I mean, I'm sure those guys got called. It was 1:30 in the afternoon. I know they were there, and they still couldn't make it so she lived. But that corner, that area of the highway, we have accidents every couple weeks. And if we don't have a fire station nearby, it could cause more deaths. That's all I'm saying. I know I had to call them several times because of a neighbor doing a burn pile in August. That could have created an entire fire going up the hill, and I have the phone numbers of everybody at the top of Ridgewood to call them and notify them if something like that happens again. But I shouldn't have to. We should have a fire station there. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
I'm Shelley Muniz. I didn't write any notes today. I hope I can get through this all right. I'm really appalled that all of us are taking our time in this county, people who voted for you, the 3 of you who have been voting to close our fire station up in Monte Vista. This is not okay. I mean, you look at the amount of people that this is affecting, not only for protection of our homes, but our lives, our property. As people have mentioned here already, our fire insurance is going to go up. There is no question about that because where I live in Willow Springs, I've lost my fire insurance 3 times. I now am on the FAIR plan, but the first question that I get asked every single time is, how close are you to a fire station? That matters. That matters when you're trying to get insurance. That's a little thing, but it's a big thing to all of us. You know, if you look at what just happened down at Chinese Camp. That can happen anywhere up here, and we lose 1 fire station, we're in trouble. 6 firefighters, we're in trouble. This isn't okay. And there's all these people here, people that elected you, that are sitting here telling you, please don't close our fire station. And I'm going to tell you a personal story that I shared before. It didn't make any difference because you went ahead and voted the way that you did. But as far as the way that those folks help people in critical situations, I, 3 years ago, was diagnosed with a pituitary tumor that I had to have removed. And as a result of that, I'm adrenal insufficient. Twice now in the last 2 years, I've gone into adrenal crisis. The last time was with my 3-year-old granddaughter at my home. The first people that responded was our fire truck in our fire station. And my granddaughter still remembers that. She sees that fire truck and she said, "Grammy, those are the people that helped us." And now she says all the time that she wants to be a firefighter when she grows up. That's because of what she saw with me in our home, where they not only took care of me and kept me alive, but they watched her and took care of her until her parents were able to get there. So, it's a very personal issue for me, and I hope that you take all of everybody's comments into consideration today before you make your decision. I'm also really bothered, just really quickly, by the fact that 2 people on this board met with CAL FIRE without, Ryan's opinion here was huge. And if that was to give information to the Board of Supervisors, then that should have all come out prior to whatever this vote is going to be today.
Good morning, gentlemen. Gary Sipperly, Twin Heart Community Services District. I hope that you've all had a chance to read the CSD's March 11th letter concerning the closure of Station 56. I want to make it perfectly clear that that letter is in no way any kind of an ultimatum or a threat. We're not trying to increase our footprint or our influence in the county in any way. We simply want the same thing that all of you and all of the residents of Tuolumne County want: fast, reliable responses to any emergency. In that letter, we simply wanted your board and county staff to understand that the less than full-time availability of Station 56 until now has already had an impact on the residents of Twain Harte by significantly increasing Twain Harte Fire's calls to county response area. The future closure of Station 56 will only magnify this impact. Our residents have voted 3 times in favor of assessments that enable us to provide excellent fire service in the Twain Harte area, and we do not take the public support lightly. We strongly believe in mutual aid and partnering to provide better services across jurisdictional boundaries, but not in a manner that asks our residents to subsidize county fire services. I'm sure that you all understand that as representatives of the residents of Twain Harte, we are obligated to do everything we can to manage CSD resources in a fiscally responsible manner while providing the absolute best emergency services for the entire community. We understand that you face difficult choices, and we hope you make the best decision for the county. I'd also like to add my personal sadness to Dory's departure and the gratitude of Twain Harte CSD for all she's done over the years. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alex Zackerson. I'm a local goat farmer, and I run a fuels reduction business. So I'm always looking at fuels and fire potential. And I spoke with you once before, just after you had originally voted to close Station 56, encouraging you to take an opportunity to revisit it. And we have another chance today. I think central to the fiscal conservative ethos is the concept of running government as you would run a business. And in business, there's no such thing as stable funding. You have to do what you have to do to maintain your product or service availability. You don't go selling your tools and work trucks because you're having a dry spell. No, you go back to the drawing board and you figure out a way to get through. Central to the county's job is providing products and services, which include fire protection, keeping stations open. Everyone in this county knows that we're going to have to spend more if stations close. We're going to have to spend more on insurance. Now, I think myself and everyone else would rather spend our money keeping fire stations open, keeping our homes intact, rather than giving our money to predatory insurance companies that won't do a darn thing until our homes are in ashes. We all know we're going to have to spend more anyway. I think it's time to take it to the county, take it to the people, say, look, there's no way out of this. you're going to have to spend money. Therefore, let's spend money on prevention and maintaining our services rather than giving our money to the pockets of the FAIR Plan, a black box cabal of privately owned insurance companies. I think everyone would be open to that. What else would I like to add? I'd like to give you my gratitude and say that the first step here is to vote down this resolution so that you have an opportunity to go back and look at this again. Everyone wants you to. We will give you grace in pursuing such an end. And I don't think anyone will hold it against you if you can look at what people are saying here and go back and do what a responsible business owner would do and find stopgap funding to maintain the fire station. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Emily Pardee, Miwok Village. Closing Station 56 at Mona Vista as a cost-cutting measure is unnecessary and viable alternatives exist. The county has already set aside funds within the fire budget and contingency funds that could keep all fire stations open at least through 2027 without cutting services. By September 2025, nearly $800,000 had been saved by our county fire department in anticipation of the end of the previous SAFER grant that is ending. However, this money was removed by the board from the fire budget and thrown back into the general fund to be spent on other things. Restoring this money to the fire fund, then using existing contingency funds to cover any shortfalls, easily allows the county to maintain full fire protection through at least 2027 and without going into reserves. So the recommendation is to use general fund dollars that have been specifically designated for fire, supplemented by contingency savings without in any way relying on the county's reserve funds. This is a normal and fiscally responsible way to cover public safety costs and was the original recommendation from some of the supervisors and from the Tuolumne County Fire Chief. The right course of action is clear. Prioritize public safety by reinstating fire fund allocations and utilize existing contingency funds as originally recommended by county leadership. This approach avoids costs, preserves emergency response capacity, and reflects the values of a community that refuses to compromise on public safety. Please stand with your neighbors, firefighters, and first responders. Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Scott Fremd. I had two statements here. One was going to be if you came to your senses and left the fire station open, but apparently that's not going to happen. So this will be the second one. Please do a favor to all the taxpayers and fire personnel in attendance or watching and stop saying public safety is your number one priority. Deciding to close this station is an unwise decision. While I do applaud the board members that voted no on closing this station, even they knew that this day was coming because tax measures don't pass in this county. It's been proven multiple times. The only fallback seems to be to close the station or charge a fee for fire department service. Well, I support the Sheriff's Department 100%. Can you imagine the outrage if the board directed them to charge for a fee for service? It would never happen. It should not happen to the Sheriff's Department nor the fire department. Does the number 800,000 ring a bell to any of you gentlemen? $800,000. It was a fund balance at County Fire on 9/15/25. Salary savings, overtime management, and ABH. ABH refers to earned income. There is no other county department other than the fire department that could earn that amount of money. The BOS asked county fire leadership what should be done with that. They said invest in the budget shortfall specific to staffing. That, of course, never happened. I have yet to find anyone in county government that knows where that money went. The board ignored advice they sought from the profitable department. Once again, how can you say your number one priority is public safety, but you essentially stole money from a public safety department and have no idea where it was spent? I'm not going to be able to finish, but I have heard that a board member has a solution that they have Twin Heart Fire or Tuolumne Rancheria take over 56, but only if they can do it at a lower cost. All due respect to both departments, I don't think they can do it cheaper, and it's likely they don't have the staff to pull that off. I can recall all board members saying they don't want to lose the CAL FIRE contract, but somehow now it's okay to find a lower bidder. You can't have it both ways. Several studies have been conducted over the past 20 plus years, and they've always ended with the conclusion that CAL FIRE is the best bang for the buck. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, board and chair. My name's Tim McCaffrey. First off, I want to start with the private meeting with CAL FIRE. It just seems like it's one more instance where you guys are just pushing the boundaries on the Brown Act. We already are skeptical of government, and transparency is important. The backdoor meetings that you guys are having just furthers the public's distrust. So I'm against defunding CAL FIRE. As a member of District 3 and talking with hundreds of residents since I started running for District 3 in our district, this is our biggest concern, fire. Moving forward on pulling $2 million plus away from us, CAL FIRE, puts us all in danger. This will raise our insurance rates. This will move us into harm's way, one way or another. Last year, Station 56 responded to over 1,200 calls, and those calls saved lives. Which of those lives is worth $2 million? I'd say every single one of them. Supervisor Kirk, you have said over and over that safety is your number one priority. So prove us all wrong when you vote for this right now. When you vote, prove us wrong that you won't defund CAL FIRE. When you continue to repeat, we just don't have the votes. We just don't have the votes. You're the vote. You could be the deciding vote here. District 3 needs to be what you say, safe. And that, as you say, is your top priority. So how do we fund it? Simply take the money out of the contingency fund. I don't care, really. I want to be safe. I want that firehouse funded. I want those people in it funded. And I think it's time that we have a community initiated tax measure that goes solely to fire. A 1% tax on sales could raise over $2 million a year, and this would be paid not only by the locals, but also will come out of the nearly $300 million annual dollars, that are brought in by our tourist industry. I'd rather pay for fire than insurance, like that other guy said. Please continue to fund CAL FIRE, and please continue to keep the residents of Tuolumne County safe.
Morning, Patty Irvin, Willow Springs. Most of what I wanted to say has already been said. I just am up here because I want to express my anger at this decision, or that this is even on the agenda today. I'm angry because the three of you are playing fast and loose with our money, with our safety, and literally with our lives. You've screwed this one up, and you need to fix it.
Good morning. Mark Brooks, candidate for District 2. Last week I was talking to the fire guys, and I was asking them, I was like, I need to borrow your jaws of life. And they told me no. And I told them what it was for, help this Board of Supervisors remove their head out of their ass. So if you guys would like to follow me down to my truck, I'll help you guys out. Public service is spread out between the sheriff's department, fire, and the ambulance. You guys are making big mistakes all across the board. The sheriff's department is taking an extreme chunk of the pile, and so they're devouring other agencies like animal control, now emergency services. Now we're losing one of our best employees that just did one hell of a job, Dory Beats. That is a major mistake. You need to reevaluate all the money that's going to the sheriff's department, all the contingency funds going to the sheriff's department. Now $10 million more going to the sheriff's department. We need to fund this fire station because lives are going to depend on it. I guarantee you. And the first time that, first responders don't get to District 2 and somebody dies because of it, I'm going to be here talking about it. It's bullshit. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Charles Luke, and I started a petition to save Fire Station 56 on behalf of the Ridgewood Neighborhood Association. This petition has 1,400 signatures. There's already warnings that we face severe fire threats this year. There's a potential for a super El Nino building for 2026, which would have dire effects on California, with high chances of very strong warning events in the Pacific, possibly arriving the strongest on record. It's a rare event. This could be like period between 2012 and through 2016, when California suffered some of its worst fires on record, including the Rim Fire. We need to prepare for this. We don't need cut our lines of defense and put everyone in Tuolumne County in harm's way. Instead, we should be mobilizing our community to prepare for a possible crisis. Our goal should be to determine how we can get through the potential crisis. Closing Fire Station 56 and finding the people we need to protect us in all five districts is not a solution, it's a disaster. What's coming is bigger than anyone pet's projects. Our community is tired of being gaslit with distractions. It's truly up to you to put aside your personal preferences and think of your neighbors, your friends, your families, your local business, your pets, all the people you're supposed to be representing. Our goal should be, our county will be in trouble as soon as May. The supervisors need to exercise some leadership rather than ignore the needs of sacred people of Tuolumne County. This is not about a building, this is about a lifeline. I want to address one thing that came up in January regarding one supervisor said our signatures didn't matter. And that's not true. That's so untrue. Nothing is solved with a gun, a bomb, a plane. It's solved with a signature. Look at history. Any major change was done with a signature. Signature is very important. There's two things I know in life that I've been here, is your signature and your word. Those things are very important. Your word goes with you, your signature stays here. That is your mark. It's up to you guys, you five guys here, to do the right thing for these people behind here. Look at all the injury back. These people are here for a reason. They know what's right and what's wrong. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Pete Campa, resident of Tuolumne County for most of my adult life. Also general manager of the Groveland Community Services District, which has Groveland Fire. I thought that I was here today to discuss the closure of a fire station, but unfortunately I don't see that on the agenda. It's agendized as a contract amendment with CAL FIRE. And in the resolution, in either the resolution or the contract, there's not a mention of modifying the station, just modifying the staffing structure. I realize you had that conversation in January, but from a transparency perspective, just having the reduction in funding is a transparency concern. I respectfully ask that you consider the full service impact of closing this station. The demand for fire protection and emergency medical response will not disappear. It will be shifted to the neighboring districts. So those 1,600 calls are going to be picked up by someone. And they'll be operating outside of their boundaries and outside of their jurisdictional primary responsibility to their taxpayers within their districts. It's going to shift strain to those agencies, and that's likely going to reduce response times within their district, as well as, creating an issue when they're outside the district. We talk about responses in the area of the potentially closed fire station, but think about when they're down responding to that and something occurs in their primary area of responsibility. It's going to take them a while to get back. This raises important questions about service levels, jurisdictional responsibility, and long-term sustainability issues that directly align with LAFCO's purpose. LAFCO is the Local Agency Formation Commission. They're responsible to ensure that services are delivered within appropriate boundaries, with adequate resources, and a way that protects the public. Decisions like this deserve to be evaluated through that broader lens. LAFCO is an independent body that's made up of other entities as well. So those types of decisions about service levels, because when you close a station, it's no different than a district walking away from its responsibility. Somebody's got to pick up that service. At least LAFCO would consider that. The surrounding area has multiple large subdivisions. Those subdivisions were assured a level of service when they were committed to develop those properties. Now that service doesn't exist if this action is taken. And thousands of residents rely on that. I'll go ahead and close and just say that respectfully urge you to pause and fully evaluate the regional impacts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Excuse me. My name is Sandy Kelly. I'm the president of the Cedar Ridge Ladies Auxiliary, and I know that my members got together over our concern and sent in petitions to you with many, many signatures on them. And, I'm not sure if they had to be actual residents, but my daughters and my son are concerned about me without the fire service. But first of all, I'd like to thank all my fellow citizens for getting up this morning and coming here and presenting their concerns. And I think that's what you're here for, is to hear our concerns. My money, their money, tax money is just as good as the people that live in the city. And I know that you don't live up the hill like we do. But you know what? We're part of this community. I've done my share. I went to Dory's evacuation meeting. I just went to a CPR service yesterday that our group put on. I've cleared my property. I did everything CAL FIRE said to do. I bought the tarps. I've spent a lot of money. I've done what I can do. And I'd like you to do what you can do. And I don't care where your home is, and if you're sitting in the city, good for you. I'm sitting farther up the hill, but my life is as important as yours is. And I understand that you have to have reserve fund. But we've got this big contingency fund, and that's awesome. But what good is it going to do us when our community burns down and we're dead? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Robert Baker. I've lived in the county for 45 years. I worked for County Fire in the late 80s and the 90s. I'm here to express my disappointment in the board's decision to eliminate firefighters. At a time when fires should be the county's priority, when 10 days in March broke the record for high temperatures, when we know that any large fires will wreak havoc on the local economy as well as the human suffering that takes place during one of these events. It seems inconceivable that some members of the board are considering the cuts as proposed. As someone who pays property taxes on 4 separate parcels in the county, what I'm hoping to see is a board that listens and responds accordingly, a board that spends money wisely. So when the board spends $700,000 on a study and a design for the elevator at the old courthouse, I find that to be insane. The reason you're elected is to make tough decisions. That is what the public expects. That's why they call it work. I'm hoping that the contract with Wilden Engineering has been scrutinized to the maximum. What the public really wants is good law enforcement, good fire protection, and decent roads. Please remember that it's not your money you are spending. It comes from the taxpayer, and your duty is to spend it wisely. Don't cut the budget for a crucial part of the county's services, firefighting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Morning.
Morning. Hi there. My name is Patrick Cohen. I'm here not only as a member of the community, but also CAL FIRE Local 2881. If the funding shortfall was 1.8 million and the amended contract saves 2.3 million, what's the plan for the additional 500,000 savings? Will it be applied to critical infrastructure that makes Station 56 habitable to be a 24-hour fire station in the future? Will it be allocated to invest in our aging fleet? As most of you know, our fire engines most of them are all over 10 years old and very high mileage. Or will it be absorbed into the general fund as it often does, right? The $776,000 that was taken from the hardworking Local 2881 members who spent weeks away from their families, out of unit assignments to make this fund balance. As most of you don't know, our engines go out of county on big fires, right? The Tuolumne County equipment. It costs money to run this equipment. We make money to put back into this equipment. When it goes back into the equipment, it goes for tires, oil changes, general maintenance, new equipment on it, because we wear out our equipment when we're out of county. Well, none of that money comes out or comes back to us. So then we're forced to take it out of our budget and put it back into the equipment. It gets very expensive, and this equipment is on its last leg. Thank you much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board. My name is Robert Anzar. I'm the captain at Station 61 Chinese Camp. I'm asking today that you please restore the funding for Station 56. Return the money from the assistance by hire back to TCFD and keep Engine 561 staffed. Please find that ABH money and return it. For the last 27 years, I have been helping earn that ABH money that comes back to the county. And I would love to see it come back to our department and help support our department. It was only about 229 days ago, September 2nd, the town of Chinese Camp was decimated by fire, and I was right there. During that destruction, we were stripped. Engine 561 was running around this whole county from almost one end to the other on other emergencies. Heart attacks, vehicle accidents, all kinds of calls were going on while we had the fire going on in Chinese Camp. 561 is a little piece of the puzzle that needs to stay there to make things work. I don't even see how it is even conceivable that our Board of Supervisors would even consider cutting any fire engines after that disaster at all. I think you're hearing it real loud and clear from these folks out here. We need to keep 561 going. Fire protection should be your number one priority for protecting the citizens of Tuolumne County. This year alone, the snowpack is at 20% of normal, and we are already running fires. I've been on several vegetation fires this year. One just a few days ago down in Don Pedro that burned about 1.5 acres. So as soon as this weather passes out right now, we're going to be burning. So this is not the time to be fooling around with public safety. Let's keep these engines staffed. So please, I ask you again, reconsider and restore the funding for Station 56. Thank you.
Good morning. As most of you probably already know, I built, operate, and own a 14-unit apartment complex for senior citizens. I have 16 tenants, and I can probably throw my hammer from my property to where Station 56 is. So I think I probably can claim a pretty significant moral hazard for the decision that you guys might make. That being said, Station 56 was funded by the SAFER grant, which had an expiration date that Supervisor Campbell, you should have known about, and I'm sure you did know about. And I've been in this boardroom at almost every meeting for 3 years, that entire time, and not once did you bring anything to the board to try to address what was going to happen to the Station 56 in your district. It feels like problem, reaction, solution because you did nothing until election time. Now you pick a problem and you see the emotional reaction and then you try to come up with a solution. It feels weaponized against your opponents, suggesting, like you've done online, that they don't care about fire when all of them have supported public safety, fire, law enforcement. They've increased the fire stations by double. They've supported the Searle grant. So to come off online and accuse them of not caring seems incredibly disingenuous, especially during election time. Your solution on January 6th was to take temporary money to kick the can down the road, conveniently past election time, and then we would have to deal with that later. And honestly, since you didn't do anything for the previous 3 years, I don't really trust that in a year from now, you're going to be able to solve that problem. You seem a little bit threatened by the fact that there was a meeting with CAL FIRE that you were not privy to. And I'm just wondering, okay, this is a station in your district. You're threatened that other people not in your district are having to step in and deal with this problem. So my question is, why didn't you meet with CAL FIRE about the problem, about the fire station in your district? Based on these facts and me being here for the last 3 years to witness what actually happened, I trust them to permanently fix the problem. I don't trust you. Thank you.
Good morning. Dennis Spizak. Next month, I'll be a 40-year resident of Tuolumne County. Worked 20 years for the county. For years and years, we've talked about funding fire, taking care of that first priority. Now we're here at this closing of a station. Like everybody's said out here, there's no reason to close that. You got contingency money. The contract, as I understand it, goes to 27, the 34 million. Is that true?
Sure, well, they're not going to answer you back, but.
Yeah.
Only
Okay.
because we're not going to engage with you while you're speaking.
So why
we can
are
move
you
on with that.
closing it now?
Yeah.
That's my question.
Okay.
Why are you going ahead of the game here? You got time to make up the money, time to look for the money, and there's no doubt in my mind you have the money in this budget, but you just don't want to do it for some reason. So I tell you, Anaya, you were at that candidates night in Twinehart, and you said fire protection first. Put your money where your mouth is and say that. Vote no on this. All of you, this should be a no-brainer. 5-0, turn it down.
All right, thank you. Any?
One more.
That's okay.
Trust. It's going away. The SAFER grant actually is something that has been affected by the national politics. This administration has put it on hold, and that's why there is this confusion about whether we're going to get it again. So we, as a county, were to just take care of it until October, and that's not a very long time, from July to October, to take care of this station. So that it is not Supervisor Campbell's decision. I just found out yesterday that Liz Peterson is no longer managing the budget. She's our
one of our county experts in taking care of the budget. So I don't know who is managing the county budget. I can maybe assume that it's our CAO, who does not have the experience or the skills to do that, who is very busy running around the county doing inspections on construction projects, because we do not have a community development head. Please make sure you're adding and subtracting your money right. I believe we may need an audit as what is actually going on here with this money. And we just want transparency. Thank you.
All right, any other public comment? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. So I want to address a couple things to the gentleman who asked, why now, right? Why are we doing this right now? So in October of last year, the board was informed by CAL FIRE that this contract was coming up. Between October of last year and December of last year, nothing happened. Why? Because we didn't know about it. The board chair at that time and the CAO's office was aware that this conversation was coming up, and we did not have any discussions regarding then and now, or between October and December. In December, the board was informed, all the board members were informed that this discussion was coming up and we had to do something in January. The reason we're here at this time in January was because there's a contractual issue of timing that we have to either make or change the contract so that CAL FIRE can be reactionary and take the steps necessary. So that's how we got here. How we got here wasn't that we didn't see this coming or we didn't do things. It was that we were up against the wall in January that we had to make a decision on whether or not we were going to alter the contract. This document or this decision today is about altering or changing the agreement between CAL FIRE and now. We knew in January that we were going to be short. The board made a vote not to, quote, close a fire station, but to reduce the funding of a fire station. And the fire station that was recommended by CAL FIRE, if there was going to be a bad decision, that one was the one to make, because it's not full-time. You're going to hear that it's a full-time station, but it's not a full-time station. That station does not have sleeping quarters. So those firefighters that go, they are stationed at another station and they respond accordingly in the evening hours. It is this board's, you're talking about trust and transparency. It is this board's responsibility to provide service and safety, not just to one fire station, but to the entire county. And as much as this seems like you are in the spotlight right now, there are multiple constituents from throughout the county that said, we don't like it, but we understand that you're doing this so you save the other 4 stations. Remember, several years ago, we only had 2 stations. Now, this is not a CAL FIRE station. This is a Tuolumne County station. So we only had 2 stations then. You have 4 stations now, right? So we have the opportunity to strengthen where we're at. I have never hidden my position that I think this is the right thing to do, so you know where I stand. And I don't make that decision easy because it does affect people in my district as well. But the people in my district as well understand they would rather have solid service than possibly a fire station which may or may not be there later. With that being said, there are other groups in the community. Chinese Camp, I have people in my district in Chinese Camp who were directly impacted that said, we don't like it, you're doing the right thing. To the captain, we agree. We need to have more volunteers. We need to have more people. The only way we're going to get there is by taking the steps now to get to that point then. In 18 months and 2 years from now, when we have this renegotiation with CAL FIRE and we're in a better financial position, and I agree about the study on the elevator that goes nowhere and the money that gets thrown out left and right over design plans and things like that, this board, well, at least I was, given the specific mandate to steal what's being shown at me here, follow the money. Find out what is the end result of these decisions being made. And the end result is all of those bad decisions from past boards are coming home to roost today. The decision before this board right now isn't whether or not we're going to keep it open. We can't discuss funding measures. We can't discuss moving money. We can't discuss any of that because that's not how it's agendized. So my final point to that is we hear you. There are a lot of people on both sides of the fence that are concerned, they're worried, and when I say both sides of the fence, that might lose service versus being impacted by these services. So it's not like I have this issue of I want to take away. I'm a first responder by nature, right? 21 years as a first responder. I get it. I fought that fire. Well, I should say I was there with the multiple fires, right? Helping out where I could. So this is a horribly bad position that we've been put in. We're here now. What's going to happen is the board will, after my colleagues speak, we're going to decide on whether or not to approve the amendment. Should that move forward, then that'll give us a year before the next amendment comes up that we can talk with CAL FIRE and start looking at different processes. So we have opportunity. We have to stop the bleeding now so the patient doesn't die in the future. And if we don't do that right now, what we're going to do is we potentially could lose another fire station because we can't fund it. And it's not just us. Santa Clara County has lost fire stations. Atwater's losing fire stations. San Diego County's losing fire stations. There are fire stations up and down this up and down the state that are in the exact same boat because it's expensive to have fire. And people have not put things in place to fund it. And that's what we have to do. You're right, it's a hard decision. And I feel confident that if we make this decision today, as unpopular as it is with the people in this room, in 18 months and 2 years from now, we'll be in a much better, stronger position. That's my goal and my belief. So with that, I will turn it over to my board for comment. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. Is anyone in here recommending closing a fire station or eliminating 6 firefighter positions? I'm not aware that anybody is, maybe one. I don't think anybody on this board has the intent of saying we want to oppose fire, we want to do this and close it. I think there is some historical revisionism that's happening, which is really unfortunate, and realizing, you know, what we should be doing, which is checking out all the tools that we have at our disposal to be able to work on our top priority. I don't want to get into a back and forth. I'll say that what I personally experienced over the last 5 years was we had 2 stations. We had never expanded since the rim fire. We had 27-year-old average equipment. We had extremely outdated staffing and, at the time, emergency services coordination, hazard planning. Over the last 5 years, it's not that nothing was done and suddenly this happened. What happened was the county fire service doubled in its coverage. Groveland, who should have had more support since the beginning of those hotels, got a station. Columbia, since 1992 when I was born, was a fire stabilization gap of greater than 15 minutes in the SRA area. And looking up the hill to the largest population centers, Station 56 was an expansion on a corridor that has also been underserved. Twain Harte, as an example, has had to pass a lot of money on property taxes to support its own station. This was the county moving in that direction to support it. And I don't mean that to any, I brought up my district as well. All to say is we took from the core 2, we expanded on the 108, we expanded on the 120, and we expanded to 49 because this is a fire system that all works together. The equipment is half the age that it was because we put a lot of money into buying new equipment and buying lightly used equipment. We invested in an amazing OES director and gave her reign to be able to add positions that were paid for by the state to then update all of these plans that before had people in them that were point of contacts who were dead or moved out of the area. We are far safer because of the last 5 years. We are also safer when it comes to the sheriff's office and a number of other things. And this is to say that this is an issue. When Groveland first came up, Supervisor Half was a passionate advocate for expanding fire service there and really initiated a lot of that conversation. It came from a lot of discussion about one-time money starting that station up. And I was a new supervisor. There was a lot of concerns there before we had realized all the options to pay for it. The same concern was brought up with Columbia and that, in fact, Jamestown Station, that was created by a safer grant and using revenue growth absorbed into the county system to ensure that area and the 108 lower corridor actually has protection. It's not unusual. We put our risk as a county out there regardless of what decision we make. We put the risk out there in putting money into prevention rather than cleanup. I think somebody said it well as we would rather pay for fire than we would for insurance or I'll add to it for disaster. I did have a couple technical questions I wanted to ask to staff. So the resolution does mention 6 positions. over about 18 months, assuming that would be about the length we're amending out of it. That's roughly, I believe, $253,000 per position. It didn't seem to mention equipment, station staffing, other things. Is the resolution adequately written for the contract amendment? Because it only seems to talk about the positions, but not necessarily all the other costs associated with the station.
Yeah, there are some associated costs included in the amendment. It's not just the staffing. And it's not 18 months. It's starting July 1st, going through the end of our contract, which is June 30th of 2027.
Okay, it's about a year. Well, so that increases the amount. So it seems like that's too much for 6 positions, that it says 6 positions at an amount. In that case, it's more like probably $370,000. And I just mean to say that I think we have other costs that are being reduced that are not reflected in the language of the resolution. It's just something to look at. If it's fine, it's fine.
In the amendment, there is a table breakdown on what all the costs are on the new, on the amendment to the contract.
Okay.
It does include some stuff like maintenance and stuff like that.
I think we are coming into potentially a catastrophic fire year. I think this is why we've spent so much money, particularly when it has been restoring law enforcement pay and fire protection within the area. President Kennedy had a quote. It was, "We don't fix leaky roof, or we fix leaky roofs when the sun's shining." Right now, it is not as crazy in our community, but I feel like we are coming into some years of drought and some huge risk. We invest in those services when the need isn't necessarily as much there. I think the need is there, but minutes matter when these fires starts happen. I want to throw back to the entire board here. I think we have an opportunity. You know, there was a measure that was brought up a couple of times to try and fund this in a way that hit locals as minimum as possible, made sure tourism was paying. It was a more spread out version, and those measures didn't pass. But then I hear frequently in the public comments here, folks that want to invest in something that is important. And where it failed in some level is maybe the attention, maybe the importance, the education, and that's on the county, and that's on all of us. I completely will own that. Despite all the effort to do so, it is hard. I want to say that we have an opportunity right here, because I think we have somebody who has gathered, 1,400 signatures on this, where we have a room packed full of people to ask for help, to rally today to find solutions to save Station 56, but asking for your help because these things are expensive, and I think that is a real concern. I do want to say that it wasn't unexpected. We had our Fire Safety Advisory Committee on our board goals over 2 years ago, discuss options for revenue grants, funding mechanisms, bring back to the board. It is on that committee to bring some of those back. I'm very proud of my fire voting record, which has been to explore and make sure we have sustainable revenue sources. Some have come to the board after being supported, and then on a 3-2 vote, failed on a 2-3 vote. We've had tax measures that 3 of us, I know, have said, look, we need help, and have gone out. I think we have things that are coming up which will hopefully be able to do it. The challenge is when they come up, we also have folks that say that they don't want any of these things. We should just be doing it within. And I think the message is that it's not just about trust, and the trust is about how we also behave with each other up here. Your county is working very hard for you, and your staff are working very hard, and it is very lean right now. It is exceptionally lean. There's not big, fat pots of waste or abuse and all of that at the county government, and so some hard decisions are happening, and we would rather be able to pay for these things in other ways. Fire is our top priority. It has continued to be my top priority, and I'm not in support of this contract amendment today, because I do believe we could restore the money that was taken from the misnamed fire fund balance. It should be reclassified as the fire reserves, the fire internal replacement fund for equipment. All to say is that money put in, plus revenue growth and contingencies, is not to me a temporary solution if we are disciplined with our revenue growth in future budget years. We had a projection that came back during that time that showed over 3 years we were hitting a point of relative stability within the fire budget. And so it is only a question of, are we willing to invest right now to get over that initial gap? It is a lot harder to initiate and restore these things than it is to be able to preserve them and then figure out a way. So that is my encouraged thing to be able to do for today. We need to restore that amount to the fire fund. We need to redefine that it is not fire fund balance, it is fire reserves. We need to maintain Station 56, vote down this contract amendment. And then I think we need to show leadership in asking all the folks who are saying we want this in the community, please come learn about the financial situation we are dealing, because I think we agree. I certainly don't agree with this approach to it, but we do need the public's help to be able to address some of these things. Because even with this station, even if it is voted down today and we maintain Station 56, we will have conversations in 2027 when this contract does end. And there are areas of the county that are still underserved, areas in all of our districts that yet don't have a fire station, that have great response times. And the same as folks who live near Station 56 deserve high quality service, those communities deserve that as well. I think we can be able to get that done together. I would rather work on how to solve that problem than just focus on what we can cut today. So,
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell, I'll just go down the list. Supervisor Kirk? Okay, well, don't collect too long. Supervisor Holland?
Okay. I agree with Jaron. I think well, let's back up for a second. Think about 3 years ago. What if we never got the SAFER grant? We wouldn't be having this conversation right now. How many people in this room know what the SAFER grant's even for? It is to be put in place to give the county a kickstart of funding to get fire stations open. It's a stopgap measure, whatever you want to call it, to find stable, long-term funding. That's what the SAFER grant's for. It is not to, rarely can you ever apply and get it 2 times in a row, because that is not what it's designed for. It's not designed to continually fund a county fire department. It is to help you get going, and then the county realize the value, vote for it. As Jaron said, he worked very hard on Measure Z. Got a lot of money, put up a lot of signs. The majority of our county said no. We don't want to spend money on that. That is the reality of it. If we had an election that was 15 months ago, and it failed. Yes, everyone knows this date was coming. They knew when the day they signed that deal that in 3 years this money would run out. It ran out 3 months earlier than 3 years, but that doesn't matter. So could you imagine if we never got the SAFER grant? We'd only have 2 fire stations. So everyone's super mad. Like, I understand where everyone's coming from. If 5 fire stations are great, why not 10? Think if we had 10 fire stations. We just need $70 million. We can totally afford to pay that. We just have to close every department except for the tax department, so you can continue to collect the taxes. The reason we don't have 10 is we can't afford it. It's no different than when we live in our general lives. Not everyone has a fire sprinkler system on top of their roof because they can't afford it. Everyone talks about these things. They talk about the reserves. They talk about the money being moved. Go watch what went on. Money got moved because that was our board policy. It was a 5-0 vote. Go look at what supervisor put that friendly amendment forward. And what we did was follow our board policy. It's the August 5th meeting around 2 o'clock on the time clock. So before everybody comes all outraged about the money being moved, go back and watch what actually really happened. It's all time-stamped. It's in the public record. Watch it. That's what happened. That's why that got moved. There was also an opportunity that any department where their fund balance was being removed or being moved back to the general fund, they could come advocate. $780,000 does not get us to $2.3 million. It gets us closer, 100%. It gets us closer. It gets us 1/3 of the way there. People talk about the large amount contingencies. If you do budgeting, you realize sometimes you park money in contingencies. It's already spent. It's accounted for. It's just sitting there until the bill comes due to write the check for what those items are for. That's why it's left in there. When you actually boil down our contingencies, it's $500,000-$600,000 is all we really have sitting in there that's not already accounted for. And $760,000 plus $500,000 or $600,000 still does not get us to $2.3 million. And again, the SAFER grant was to kickstart the program to find permanent funding. You're right, there's 50 people sitting in the chairs and another 20 people standing up. 70 people in here. But we had an election for our entire county that voted the majority no. And you guys can smirk and laugh about it, but that is really what happened. The election results were no was voted on. They didn't want to put the money to continue this support. This is the reality of what someone said, of reality comes into play. This is what it looks like. Nobody up here is like, yay, we're cutting fire stations. This sounds like a popular fun idea. And ma'am, you can flip me off all you like in the front row. You talk about decor. You came up here and talked to me about decor and raising a generation, but that's what you do. I just want to point out the hypocrisy in you. So that's fine, ma'am. You're mad I'm wearing a hat and you're flipping people off from the front row. So I guess that is the difference between us. And that will be fine. I'll accept that. So self-reflection. So again, this is what happened. I don't see anybody in this room writing checks to donate to the fire department. If you are, Captain Gorham's in the back room. Drop him off a check today. You put money in there. These are not fun decisions, but this is the reality of budgeting. This is the reality of the situation we are in. So, it does suck. It completely sucks. I hope we find a better solution going forward. But right now, we don't have one. We can't bankrupt everything else for one thing. The reality is as I said, everybody screams about the roads. They scream about this. Everything takes money. Fire is expensive. We just have to make tough decisions, and that's what we're doing today. Not that anyone's not open to a different conversation. If Jaron shows up and says, I got Modesto Fire is going to take the whole thing over for a quarter of the price, we would entertain that thought. But that's not where we're at. So we have to make decisions. And actually, we made this decision in January. All we're doing is formalizing the contract of it. This already happened in January when we voted on this. So that's all I got to say about it.
Thank you. Supervisor Kerr, Campbell.
Oh, geez. Last night when I was thinking about the conversation coming today, what I wanted to tell the public was go back, watch the January 6th meeting, watch the blogs, watch the videos. But all of you are in the room, so I feel like I need to speak directly to you because you are taking out time out of your day. It's 11:30. Thank you for being here. I really like Jaron. Sometimes my brain shuts off when you're talking because you're very long-winded. I listen to every single word that you said, and I appreciate what you said. You were sincere, and the community, we cannot cut our way out of this. The community, we can. I'm going to say this, and then the rest of it's going to be up to the community. Tuolumne County Fire has, if this goes away, has 4 stations. So CAL FIRE, they are here no matter what. CAL FIRE has state resource area responsibility. So there's some CAL FIRE stations. There's one up in Tweenheart, a couple hundred feet from Tweenheart CSD. That station will never go away. Are you guys all clear about that? There are CAL FIRE stations that have nothing to do with Tuolumne County Fire. Those aren't going away. So I have a question. I just want to ask this question. Should we cut the CAL FIRE contract and contract with other districts for a quarter of the price, half the price, 3/4 of the price? Raise your hand if you would like to expand fire but not do it with CAL FIRE. Raise your hand. So would you like to do fire cheaper? Would you like to keep 56 through a cheaper model? You need more information, sure enough. I think everybody's probably not raising their hand because it's Supervisor Kirk asking the question, which I get. The point is, if we, this is all studies, did not have a contract with CAL FIRE, we could potentially do more fire for less. I don't necessarily want to do that. I've read all the studies. I know the benefits that CAL FIRE offers. But CAL FIRE is more expensive. There's a reason why we don't hire CHP to do law enforcement. They're more expensive. Okay, so understand that. So either we have to look at reducing stations back to 4, which is still doubling it, or if we want to expand into the future, we have to look at all options. As a community, we have to go down that road together. Or maybe between now and November, we ask the community, do you want to fund this in a more meaningful way? I'm kind of burnt out with that conversation. We've done it twice. The community hasn't supported it. Measure Z was the last one. They didn't support it. So I agree with Supervisor Brandon in the sense that we need the community to step up, but I feel like we're kind of banging our head against the wall. We've asked twice. It's been no twice. So I just want you guys to be chewing on that. After today, we could figure out a way to put something on the ballot. Say, hey, I'll tell you right now, and then I'm going to read my spiel that I wrote. Today, if there was an option that something was brought forward immediately that said, look, let's do a stopgap funding for 56 between now and election day, If on election day, this community decided, yeah, we're going to fund fire, one measure to fund fire, bam, I'll give you that stopgap measure right now. Or in a future board meeting in a week or two. But there's nothing in motion to do that. Maybe we should have that conversation. But it has to happen now. Because I've been doing this long enough, and I'm not going to keep kicking the can down the road. You guys have heard me say I don't need this. It gets taken the wrong way. What I mean by that, and what I think several of us mean by that, is we are elected here to do the will of the people. We're not politicians. We, at least, I know for sure there's a handful of us that are willing to not kick this can down the road finally. So I'm going to read this little thing that I wrote this morning, and I'll leave it with that, just out of respect for you guys. I want you to know how I feel. When I took office, we had 2 county fire stations. A SAFER grant was written by our county fire department via CAL FIRE, which allowed us to expand to 5 stations. When that grant expired, we found a way to permanently fund 2 of those 3 additional stations, effectively doubling our fire stations from 2 to 4. At the same time, through our master stewardship agreement, we've secured $95 million and built a horseshoe of fuel breaks around Tuolumne County, dramatically reducing the risk of a mega fire. Fire is our #1 priority alongside law enforcement and roads. There is a narrative right now going on that this board has defunded fire. That's not accurate. The federal government defunded Station 56 by not renewing the grant, and the community voted no on measures to sustain fire in perpetuity. Even the additional $780,000 earned under assistance by hire, there's still not enough to sustain Station 56 outside of the grant. It's a $1.6 million shortfall. I understand exactly where the public is at. No one wants to see the station go away. No one on this board does either. But for years, this issue sat in District 2 with solutions tied to a tax measure or hopes that a grant would be renewed. Publicly, a year and a half ago, I brought forth when motions came forward for staff raises. Sorry, I lost my spot. Began bringing forward motions to fund 56 without grants or new taxes. Sorry. I voted against pay raises and classification changes a year and a half ago that added ongoing costs specifically to preserve funding for 56. It's all public record. Those efforts were not supported a year and a half ago, and those increases ultimately move forward. On January 6th, I brought forth a final option to fund 56 by cutting the entire Tuolumne County organization by 5.6%. Excluding law enforcement, roads, those are our public's #1 priorities, Visitors Bureau, because that's part of funding these things, and then Parks, Recs, and Library, because you guys are sick and tired of being threatened with your parks and libraries. We're not going to threaten you anymore with that. That was not supported, and I respected that decision. But in the same meeting, there were also proposals to cut law enforcement in roads and the Visitors Bureau, and Parks and Recs. All of those were on the table to cut to fund 56. That would mean cutting public safety to fund public safety, and I won't do that. I will not rob Peter to pay Paul. I'm not going to cut the TNT program, which is saving lives by keeping deadly fentanyl off our streets. Just today we heard from the doctor. 18 deaths in 2024 down to 4. I'm not going to cut the school resource officers protecting our kids in our communities. And like fire, road funding can save lives as well. 90% of fires start along roads. 90% of fires start along roads. So with our increased road funding, we'll have more increased work on roadside brushing projects. And yes, even the sheriff is doing roadside brushing projects now with the inmate work crew. This also improves access for fire trucks and emergency egress for residents. We are in a political season. I could support using contingencies to temporarily keep Station 56 open. That might be politically beneficial for Supervisor Kirk. Perhaps the other opponent might drop out if I make that decision today. But guys, I'm not a politician. I'm a statesman. I'm looking at the long-term vision and what needs to be done to get us there. I'm not going to kick the can down the road and create a greater financial problem for this board or boards in the future. Yesterday, I met with CAL FIRE leadership from outside Tuolumne County. We are actively working on potential long-term solutions. In that meeting, like I said, it was discussed that the January 6th meeting did not give any options. It was just close it, yes or no. So CAL FIRE is going to work on to see if there's any potential options and that might come back. We're working collaboratively to explore restructuring options, and I have also been meeting with other districts and community partners for other viable solutions. And part of that CAL FIRE meeting yesterday was to understand the perimeters of which I could have those conversations in. So to be clear, I can make a short-term political decision today, or I can hold the line and work on a sustainable long-term solution so we are not facing the same issue again next year. And then this was just kind of not for fun, but I noticed a lot of people are writing things and they're probably using Chat GPT. So I said, what the heck? Let's throw this into Chat GPT. And I said, Chat, what do you think about using contingencies, which Mike already spoke about, most of which are already spoken for, even though there's a large balance, a lot of it's already spoken for. And this is what Chat said. I said, would contingencies be appropriate to use in funding Station 56? Short answer, not for this. Government contingencies are meant for unplanned emergencies, one-time unforeseen costs. They are not intended for ongoing operations like staffing and running a fire station year after year. Why it doesn't fit? Station 56 is a reoccurring expense, not a one-time emergency. Using contingencies would be a temporary patch, not a solution. It creates a structural deficit. You'd be back in the same spot next year. It weakens your ability to respond to actual emergencies. When could it be justified? Very short-term bridge, only if there's a clear, approved, long-term funding plan already in motion. So ladies and gentlemen, if the direction today, as he walks in, if the direction today is to put something on the ballot for the citizens of Tuolumne County to fund fire and fire only, I will support something coming back to the board to fund this until Election Day. On Election Day, either we have something passed from the community to fund fire, or we have clear understanding that the community would like us to look at all options, which means the contract with CAL FIRE or maybe doing a different model. So I'm willing today to allow that conversation to play out and to fund something temporarily, but that has to be in motion, and it has to be in motion immediately. Otherwise, I will move forward with the January 6th conversation. We will amend the contract, and we will work on long-term solutions, and they could be back before July, they could be after July, but they will continue to be worked on.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think I understand that last bit, but maybe we can talk about it more. And you made some statements about wanting to defund law enforcement so we could keep the fire station. No, I don't know who you're talking about. Nobody here has ever said that, and I challenge you to provide evidence of that. So I think it's just something maybe you fabricated in your head. I'm not sure.
Video, it's all online.
But I'm glad to see that our board has got a new member in the form of ChatGPT. Really grateful for that insight. But as those of you who have ever used ChatGPT, how you prompt it tends to have a big influence on what the answer you get is. So it's something I would really caution you to be careful about using for something as important as closing a fire station.
Please define contingencies and how they're supposed to be used.
I'd be happy to do that.
Okay.
You should know what that is already without having to check it, but it's something that we've had to deal with every budget for 7 years now. I want to say what I was going to say, and then we can go on from there. I really want to thank all the people that are here today who've taken time out of their days, and as usual, my community members have articulated the issue far more eloquently than I ever could. So I will dispense with a lot of the details. I think everybody in this room knows what's at stake. But one of the things that I've heard so often on this board is that it's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new board. And I always kind of chuckle at that because this issue about funding core services, fire, law enforcement, roads, these things, this is not a new conversation at all. And these challenges that we're facing are not new. We were facing them before any of us were on the board. We will probably be facing them after all of us are off the board, whenever that might be. And that is the nature of living in a relatively geographically large county with a small population and a correspondingly small tax base. We are always going to be struggling for core services. I hope someday that changes and that we have great economic opportunities, but that's an issue for another day. on its face, what we are talking, the chairman is correct. On its face, what we're talking about is a contract amendment to our CAL FIRE contract. But all of us here are intelligent to know that that we're really talking about much more than what has been agendized. And the gentleman came up and addressed one of the issues that I brought up on January 6th, which is that an average person coming from our community that hasn't watched any board meeting, reading our agenda, would have a hard time understanding what is being talked about today. And that is a problem. It was a problem in January 6th, and it is a problem today. I do not think we have properly shared, and that's part of the reason why I'm concerned about this discussion that happened before the meeting with two supervisors. We are not sharing the full story with our community members, not arming you with the correct information. So how are you supposed to know how to feel about these things? For decades, CAL FIRE has been a phenomenal partner in this county. We have gotten so much out of that contract that goes well beyond what we actually pay for. It has been a cornerstone of providing auto aid with the special districts. They have saved our ass so many times I can't even remember, whether it's from the air attack base being stationed in Columbia, whether it's from the fact that they write our grants for us, the fact that they maintain those grants for us. We don't pay them extra to do that. They do it because they want to support this community. The fact that CAL FIRE on a larger level makes a lot of these grants even possible. We have benefited far beyond what other communities of our size have from having a contract with CAL FIRE, and that needs to be considered as well. But if the county is going to renege on our agreement that we have with CAL FIRE that goes through 2027, we owe it to our citizens to explain why. What is so important that we need to take that money that was allocated toward the CAL FIRE contract away? What is so important to spend that money on other than the existing services? I don't know. That hasn't been talked about. What specifically are we saving this money for? Are we saving it for improving roads? Are we saving it for making sure that we have a more robust general fund or reserve revenues? I don't know. That discussion has not happened yet. Because the fact is that money is there in contingencies, as many of you have stated. So we all know what's at stake. We're talking about longer response times. We're talking about less resources available to fight fires. We're talking about a greater reliance on the special districts, the special fire districts that surround Tuolumne County, Sonora, Groveland, Twain Harte. Greater reliance on the taxpayers in those communities to cover our butts for us because the county is not providing those services. Which, by the way, is part of the reason why these fire stations were put where they were in the first place. You all know the spiel. But really what I think about it is that what this is doing is causing greater risk for us. It is making our community weaker. It is making us more vulnerable. In fire protection, it's really a shame to hear, politics brought into this. Nobody here cares about my reelection or your reelection. Nobody here cares about that. They're here for the fire station. It transcends anything else going on, and it's a shame that it has been kind of framed as a political issue because, this issue, as I have said, has come up multiple times, whether it's no matter what political persuasion you're from. There was always a pretty strong agreement amongst everybody on this board and in the community that we needed more fire protection and not less. It transcended a political issue. And it is also a shame that it's become politicized because in the kind of climate that we have today, reversing yourself or taking a different path is seen as a sign of weakness. But what I hope to urge my colleagues is that, to me, looking at the evidence that's now available to us since January 6th, looking at the community's opinion about it, taking those into consideration and not closing the fire station, I think shows great strength and it shows great courage. And I just feel that we owe it to the people of Tuolumne County to continue working this problem and not surrender so easily. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Good? Okay, all right, we'll go ahead and bring it back for the board. So I think we've discussed it, we've all said our piece. I think the time where the rubber meets the road. I've never hidden my position on where I am on this position, so I will go ahead and make the motion to.
Chair, could I make a motion first?
No.
All right.
Only because I was mid-sentence. If you want to change it, we can.
Fair enough.
So my motion is to consider adopting Resolution 4426, approving the amendment to cooperative agreement with CAL FIRE fiscal year 26/27. Well, was there a second?
I'll second.
Chair, I'd like to make
Campbell.
a counter motion.
Okay.
And the reason why I interrupted you was that typically the chair will ask for a motion. And that didn't come, and so I didn't know that you were making a motion until you said it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have interrupted you. Obviously, something very important to me. My feeling is that the status quo CAL FIRE agreement is a good one, and that we should not accept the amendment as written. That's my motion.
I'll second.
So your motion is to not accept the agreement? It's
Yes.
kind of a reverse. So you're voting, your motion is just to vote no?
Yeah, so the
Okay.
motion is to, no, motion is to maintain status quo agreement with CAL FIRE.
But that's not what our contract, that's not what this item is. So our.
That's what my motion is.
Well, that's fine, but your motion is not correct. And I say that because the motion before the item before the board is, I'm looking right at attorney, and we've already had this discussion to a degree, is that the item before the board is do we or do we not accept the amendment? So the motion on the floor is to move forward. You've now made a motion to not move forward. The question is, but that's it. That's the only gray line we have. So I will let council decide which one.
Well, the procedures with your three levels of, or two levels of counter motions for in your government manual does have the potential to result in some unusual procedural settings. It is true, Mr. Chair, what you're saying, that the counter motion is essentially a no vote. But under your rules, the way you have it set up, counter motions are accepted up to 2 down in your government manual. So the issue would be is if this motion is defeated, that's the counter motion is defeated. I think for clarity purposes, you would still need to vote on the existing motion as well.
And Chair,
I get that.
I'd like to make a counter motion to that, though, which is building off of what Supervisor Kirk had mentioned, and I appreciate that because I think that is a meaningful compromise. My counter motion for us to consider would be to reject Contract Amendment 4426, reversing the direction on the Station 56 closure, tabling that to a November meeting, and giving direction to staff to develop a revenue measure dedicated to fire.
All right, I'm almost there. I'm going to put forth the motion.
All right, point of order. All right, which I was really hoping we didn't have to go down this. If this gets voted now, CAL FIRE.
Hold on. So there's a motion.
I know, but there's going to be a we need to have a clarification here. So CAL FIRE, you're up. Come on up. So in the event that this fails, meaning we do not move forward with the agreement, what impact does that have on the things that have already been put in place with your organization?
Great question. Nathan Gorham, Assistant Chief, Tuolumne County Fire, CAL FIRE. I was fortunate enough to promote January 23rd, 22 after 20 years of service as a fire captain. So to answer your question, and let me be clear, if the board was to reverse, correct? That is your question? What impacts could we have?
If today that this motion were to, if we were not to agree to move forward with this amendment, what does that put in place? What does that start?
All right. Well, we couldn't guarantee that we could staff it, right? The wheels went in motion, as you had already stated. October 13th, a letter was provided. January 6th, the decision was made, at which time we formally noticed our employees of the impending work location change, working through the local labor organization, as well as the Labor Relations Office. So come July 1, could we guarantee that we could staff 56? We've already had employees that have left that program knowing that this was coming. There could be impacts. However, we would be willing to attempt to work with those organizations I already stated to try to put a stopgap in this at this time. I just can't guarantee that we're going to have willing participants that are going to step up and be able to work at 56. I can't guarantee that because, as you know, we already reduced what is typically a one-year noticing requirement because we're a good cooperator with the county and gave you a heads up and said we were willing to shorten it to 6 months. That was your January 6th decision.
Okay. All right. So that's why I wanted clarification. So I think.
Supervisor.
Yes, sir.
I
Sorry.
would like to clarify a couple other things as the talks have gone on
Yes,
throughout
please.
the day. In terms of 56, about what other impacts or savings there could be, it was stated, yeah, there's fuel, there's maintenance, there's equipment, facilities, et cetera. But I want clarity that that is a full-time engine and a part-time location. In terms of the ABH question and the fund balance from specific to the September 15th, 2025 meeting, of that $776,331 that was removed of our fund balance, $761,303 of that was via the ABH. So I want to provide you some clarity there. All but 15 grand of that was built on the backs of the volunteers and the paid staff taking your equipment out to make revenue. About SAFER grant running short or potentially running short, it was specifically a 3-year period. It was implemented on March 14th, 2023 and ran till March 13th, 2026, exactly 3 years. Regarding the amendment where some references were made about the aggregate cost per employee or whatnot, I just want some reminders. That is a not to exceed cost. That $34 million on the current agreement was based over a 3-year span. So clarity that it's not a 1-year thing. It encompasses 44.5 positions to fund your 5-engine department. And as a reminder, there was a savings because of the amendment. You weren't dealing with the 5% compounding rate year over year on the initial first year. And also, we come in at 77% or better year after year and quarter after quarter on providing cost savings because we're good stewards of your cooperative agreement. Aside from that, the fire and first responder fee, I know it's a hot topic and it's sensitive. It did come up briefly today, and I want to speak to that. While unpopular, it was board direction from fall of 2024's board. January of 2025, the current board issued the RFP. In June of 2025, the current board awarded that to MGT Consulting. To this point, to date, County Fire has not yet been told to stand down on this. We're simply fulfilling board direction, trying to figure out how we can fund your fire department into the future. As stated at the board workshop this year and points prior to that, we are willing to work with the county and the community on a revenue measure specific to fire to maintain services. Anything else from me?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All
Okay,
right.
so.
Chair, I have a motion, though I believe Supervisor Kirk may have a friendly amendment, it sounds like.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
I don't know how many times we do this, but I'm almost there, but I would still be, I'm really jaded from past tax measures. I don't think it will pass, which is why I'm going to put forward this motion. That we.
And a point of order, we're capped at 3 motions.
1, 2, 3.
3.
No,
Oh, did you?
Jaron made one.
Did you make one?
Yep.
Oh, you lucky dog.
All right. But so to reiterate what my motion was, since we're talking, 1 was to reject basically this amendment and to reverse the direction on the amendment to table that till a November meeting. So effectively putting this on ice until November and then directing staff to bring back dedicated revenue options to the board immediately.
Sure. And what is election date? November 3rd. So let's put it.
I should
would
know
say-
that, but
I would say it would need to be, come back a week or two after election day, because we'll know on election day if it passes or not.
And
If it
again,
doesn't-
We could be that specific. I just mentioned November. We could say December. I
And
think the
again-
goal is, yeah.
We're outside of the scope of this item. We're adding things and we're moving things around, which is not part of this item.
Well, then I think his recommendation, or his motion would be to bring this back at the next meeting to formalize it.
And I get that, and I'm not saying that, right? So as the chair, my job is to make sure that we're not going down the, into an illegal path.
However you
here,
want
right?
to take this.
I get it, but we have to decide rather here and now whether or not we're going to vote on this amendment. If this amendment fails, right? You just heard what Cal Fire said. There's no guarantee that there's going to be staffing.
I think there's people who want to fight fire.
Respectfully,
Hold on, that's what
I
he-
wanted to have discussion, but you made an immediate motion. This isn't to be critical.
No, I get it.
But now that I have a motion for us to now want to have discussion is unusual. I would defer, to your point, to legal counsel. My understanding is I was very careful with my wording that what I said is a valid motion and is legal, which is to reject, vote no on the current vote, to table direction, or to give direction to table this item for further amendments to a November meeting, and to give direction on bringing back revenue measures, dedicated revenue measures, to the board.
As long as the revenue measures is not a final decision-making, I do believe that the rejection of the amendment today, tabling it to November is an acceptable action under the agendized matter.
Okay, Supervisor Holland?
Why would we think it's failed how many times in the past? I mean, let's just be honest about this. This has failed over and over and over again. That is the reality of it. It wasn't like, 2 votes and we would have got there.
Well,
And that's it, right? And you worked really hard on it, Jaron. You really did, right? Got the money for it, put up signs, why run your election, all that. Commend you on that. But it still failed. So let's just have, at some point, when are we going to have the honest conversation that this has continued to fail? We should still vote to amend this. And if the citizens want to put something on the ballot, which is actually better for them to do than us, right? Because the threshold's lower. A citizen.
Well, that's kind of some clarity I need to ask. That would be the idea, is that the citizens, we give the citizens time to put something forward.
So again, a steward of history is it has failed every time.
Right.
No, but you brought up a really good point, which is what I had said publicly, which is we give the citizens time to bring something forward, to put it on the ballot, to have it pass. It can't be a board. It can't be a board
in January, we made
initiative.
this decision. No one. There's an election in like
I understand.
6 weeks. No one has brought something forward since January.
To clarify,
do
I
this.
didn't specify beyond it would be a dedicated revenue measure, what that would be. The option from staff, one listed, could be the option of basically, putting a public, not referendum, but a ballot initiative from the public side on there. All to say it was left sufficiently vague, and I agree. And to your point in some of the conversations here, this isn't political. There is nobody that says, hey, because we have a tax measure on the ballot that's going to win votes. The truth of it is, over my 5 years, and I think I've heard that a lot we've been on the board for a number of years. These are real issues. This is an important thing. People do want to see this service protected. Maybe the ask will be different this time. I know that it has failed, but the answer of why is I hope folks know we are trying to meet their expectations. And I think we've all mentioned that as the expectations have grown compared to the resources we're working with. And so my hope is, with the right combination of being able to educate folks and realizing what's at stake, that we will be able to see that, because I see a lot of support for folks saying this is important enough to pay for. That, truth be told, when I was working on this before with Measure Z, was not there as much. There was not that same energy, and maybe that will be different.
So hold on, we're way in the weeds right now. So let's do this. Supervisor Brandon, can I get you to withdraw your motion for the following reason? Hold on, hear me out. Withdraw your motion, and then reframe it that your original point of either moving forward with this or not, and then give staff direction to bring back what you're asking for at a very short upcoming meeting. I think what's happening is, by throwing the potential of a tax referendum or a measure, whether it's citizen initiated or us, is muddying the waters, and I think that's the concern I have.
That was never part of his motion, though.
It was. He actually said that towards the end there. It was about bringing a dedicated something, and now we talked about
directing staff to bring back
directing
options for
staff.
a dedicated revenue.
That's what I'm saying. If we pull that off the table for right now, I agree with Mr. McCaffrey, who said wholeheartedly about having citizens initiated measure. I would support that 100%. Let the people decide. But I think what's happening is we're getting so far down the weeds. The item before us, we're either going to approve this or we're not going to approve this.
But his motion doesn't preclude.
Okay, I mean, he can say no.
That
He's a big
other
boy.
option.
Well, and going back to the initial bit, because I made a motion, Supervisor Kirk, you mentioned potentially, it was very close. I wanted to hear what would be the friendly amendment, because I do not want to withdraw my motion, but I am willing to amend it.
The clarity piece is that it can't be a board initiative. We need to just give the citizens time to bring something forward. And I'll give it that, 6-month gap to the election for them to do something about it. After that, it's game over.
So would you be fine with, we are voting to reject Amendment 4426. We are we're tabling any discussion on this contract and station until a meeting later in November. And we are directing staff to discuss options for revenue measures and bring back a report to the board. Would you amend anything in that?
It's just the piece of, we've never had a citizens, I'm looking at my attorney, we've never had a citizens initiative item brought forward. So what's the legal pathway for that to happen?
We wouldn't bring a citizens initiative. I mean, we would be out of the equation for that.
The only thing the board would end up doing is at some point you'd have to place it on the ballot once it qualifies. And I'm not sure about the timing sitting here. I've been trying to look real quickly to see what our timing is on the elections for November.
Can we press pause and get with elections and get an answer in the next 15 minutes? What's that, August 7th?
How about Supervisor Kirk?
So
I want to be clear. I'm not gonna.
I wanted to be quiet in case if you wanted to second Supervisor Brandon's motion. It doesn't make me nervous having a motion out on the floor without a second.
Hold on. This is a big thing. I'm not.
Right.
We need to make sure.
I'll second his motion, and then if you want to amend it, I'm open to that as well.
I just want to be clear. What I don't want to do is kick this can down the road and then find out that we missed deadlines, and now we're just having to make this decision again in December. What I want is there to be enough time for a citizens initiative to be brought forward and put on the ballot.
So I think it sounds like we have no issues with the first two parts of my motion, which is rejecting the amendment and tabling all discussions related to this and the CAL FIRE contract to a meeting at the end of November.
The board would have to approve placing a citizens initiative on the agenda according to their registrar by August 7th.
Okay, so that's what I'm looking for. So citizens have until August 7th to get something on the agenda.
It'd have to be in front of the board, so 72 hours or at least a special meeting 24 hours before August 7th. The board would have to have a meeting that places it on the ballot.
Who's signing up to do the citizens initiative?
Okay.
Well, and we can't, that would be getting into, we don't want to have.
So I'm just going to illustrate two things. Anything that extends the operation of the firehouse, I think is good. I just want to point out that we're talking about delaying this contract amendment until November, when this will be a moot point in another 6 or 8 months after November. Anyway, because that's when the CAL FIRE contract is up. So my argument is why extend it 6 months and why not just extend it to the year?
Because a year is going to cost more than 6 months, and I'm already pushing the boundary with our fiscal responsibilities.
And since we're already talking about citizen-backed initiatives, which of course we don't have any control over, there is an option amongst citizen-backed initiatives that they could have a special election, which wouldn't be in November. It could be sometime after that.
Okay, I'm going to be clear where I stand. November, this comes back. If there's not something in perpetuity to fund this, we'll have this conversation again, and I think you guys know where I'll be. So citizens got to jump on it.
How are you going to fund it now?
Good question.
You guys are talking about pushing this out. How are you going to fund it?
I thought we weren't going to talk about that.
Well,
you said at the very beginning you didn't want to talk about.
No, that's not my point.
Resources.
No. Because now we're talking about pushing it out, holding off, citizens initiated. That's not before this board. What's before the board is whether or not we're going to approve this or not. And then all of a sudden it's turned into this quagmire of multiple, that you guys are all fighting to try to keep this thing open when you haven't asked the very basic question of.
Well,
I think it's worth fighting.
If you guys want to drop your motions, if you want to drop your motion, I'll put forth a motion like I did January 6th right now to cut our entire organization by 5.6%, excluding law enforcement, roads, parks and library, and the visitors bureau. I'll make that motion if you want to withdraw yours, and we could just be done with it now. We'll make the cuts now, and we'll pay for it.
I don't think that you'd be able to take specific action as to how you would make that.
If you want to
funding.
withdraw your
What's
motion, I'll
before-
put that motion
what's
forth
bef-
to bring that back.
What's before the board now is the contract. Things like tabling the motion would be appropriate under the agendized item, regardless of what the reason for that tabling is. In this case, the board has indicated what that reason would be. Passing it would be an acceptable option under the agendized matter, or rejecting it. If the matter that's before it, just was put up for a vote and 3 members of the board or more voted against it, you would still have that contract in place.
Yeah.
What happens to the operation of that or how you decide to fund it is a separate decision.
Right.
And
So
the core,
tabling-
the
tabling
core
the
of
motion
the
till
motion
later.
I
One at a
have
time, please.
is to delay
Yeah.
this discussion to the end of November. And that is the core. And I asked the chair if there is a way to phrase that motion as you'd see fit. I'm trying to navigate the wording of it, but that is ultimately what I'm saying is we table this decision and all related decisions until a meeting at the end of November.
Which, going to your suggestion, Supervisor Kirk, Supervisor Brandon's motion is inclusive of that. Because what he's saying is delay this until November, allow us time to look at funding methods, including what you've suggested.
All right, I'm going to say this one more time, because this is getting really dicey. If there's not 3 motions on the floor, I would make a motion to bring back an item to cut the organization by 5.6%, which would make up the balance, excluding law enforcement, roads, parks, recs, and library, and the visitors bureau. If there's not going to be room for that motion, then it dies. I will support giving the citizens until November to come up with a solution, but it has to be a citizens' initiative. There's no little tiny funding mechanism that's going to fix not just this problem, but the expansion of the CAL FIRE contract into perpetuity as well. Like, it has to be bigger than just 1 little or 2 little fees or ideas. We're at.
All
So
right,
I just want to be clear.
So with that being said, I will, because we're so far off the original topic, I'll withdraw my motion and let you guys fight it out.
Okay,
I
so my
believe
motion-
we have to consider my motion first in our order.
Nope, huh?
Yes, it is the substitute motion that has to be considered first.
You would work them back in reverse under the governance
Oh, that's
manual,
right.
So.
So we're going to make a motion we don't know how to fund for 7 more months. Yeah, we could probably suck the contingencies completely dry. But I want to remind everyone that sits here and says, we want to take care of the bottom third of our staffing. I sat at that K-9 dinner with a very lovely lady from the Sheriff's Department named Brittany. And she told me she had to make a choice between having dental and eye care for her children and putting food on the table because of what her pay is versus the cost of the benefits. So realize that is who we're impacting this decision on. The 600 employees, or the bottom third, however you guys want to word however many that is, that everyone sits and talks about, we need to help. That contingency money would go towards that, possibly.
I mean, I could say the same thing about the employees that we're laying off.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
fundamentally,
but you're fine
contingencies
with
are
laying
one
off
time and they're
5.6
not
more.
really used
Wait,
for.
you guys are just fine with laying off 5.6 more, which
Okay,
we can't
so
get to that
anyway,
point.
hold on.
That's the reality.
I think we're all trying to find a way to get out of a hard decision. It's a hard decision. I know where I stand, and I think we should vote.
All right, so on deck, we have Supervisor Brandon with this. Would you please restate your motion, and then whomever
My
seconded that? please.
motion would be to table this item until a meeting in late November and to give direction to staff to bring back options for a dedicated revenue measure, which could include a citizen initiative. If that's adequate to it, I'm trying to accommodate
Yeah.
what your specific language was.
And do I now make my motion, or do we have to vote on that?
We would have to vote on that because
Yeah,
it's a
restate.
motion and a
Did you-
second.
If you didn't want a second, I was going to give you the option. If you
No,
want
go
to
ahead,
second
second.
that, I'll second. So I'll second.
All right, so, yeah. All right, so we'll call the motion. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? No.
Hey,
Abstain? I'm gonna put forth a motion.
Wait, you didn't vote.
Yeah.
He abstained. So all abstaining.
Abstain.
Saying,
Right.
okay, so I'm going to put
So
forth the motion
so
that.
hold on, it fails 2-1.
Okay,
Now
so I'm
you have
going to.
No, now he has to consider my
Ryan's vote.
motion.
Ryan's motion.
All right, Ryan, sorry, Supervisor
I
Campbell,
mean,
would you please?
Okay. go ahead.
We've been operating on these rules for quite some
I know,
time, so.
it's just-
Yeah, my motion was to, actually, well, yeah, my motion was to reject this contract and reaffirm, or reject this contract amendment and reaffirm the status quo CAL FIRE contract.
Chair, Council, can we do that?
Yeah.
It's awkward phraseology, but yes, I would still recommend voting on the overlying motion following this one.
Was it really necessary to call my phraseology awkward?
All right.
Just twisting the knife.
It's more the governance manual procedures.
I feel that I was very clear and careful.
I
in
apologize
this.
for that.
All right, so I can feel the blood sugar in the room starting to drop, so let's move this along a little bit. So any is there a second?
I had seconded
Oh,
that
thank
motion.
you. All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Abstain.
All right,
I'm going to put forth the motion.
so it fails 2-1. So is there another motion?
My motion
No,
would be
we
to.
consider the original motion, which was, the original motion was to approve the contract amendment.
So can I make a motion?
Well, I mean, you talking about mine?
Yeah,
I withdrew mine.
you withdrew your motion.
Okay.
Now it's
So my motion would be to not do this contract amendment, put it on the next agenda for a budget reduction of 5.6% to the organization, excluding law enforcement, roads, Parks, Recs, Library, and the Visitors Bureau. And that will thus fund 56.
Mr. Chair, I don't think under the agendizing of the
Well,
item that you have, you can make specific
Okay.
different funding mechanisms.
I
You can
would
decide
put
to
that on a
table, you can-
future-
Supervisor Kirk, this is
agenda.
what I was talking about with Supervisor Brandon's motion. What he said was inclusive of what you're saying.
But up
So-
until November.
But we would come back at a later time and
November.
have that discussion about how to fund it.
November,
All
though.
we can talk about now is to delay that, this amendment,
Okay.
and
Not-
then have that discussion, which I am
His
100%
His
happy
date
to
was
have.
November. I'm not willing to wait until November. I will make cuts right now to Fund 56 right now. Excluding those 5 items.
Is there a second?
I don't think a motion includes.
To put it
Okay,
on
cuts or
the
anything.
agenda.
All right, so is your agenda, so I'm sorry, so maybe I
Bring it up.
misunderstood. So Supervisor Kirk, is your motion to put what you just said on the next meeting for discussion?
Yep.
So we're not talking about funding, we're just talking about putting this on there for discussion to see what that would be.
Budget, it'll be a budget discussion.
Okay? I'll
Budgetary
second that.
item discussion.
Can you restate what that motion means? Because this is,
I would understand it, and the supervisor can correct me if the language is wrong, that he is basically continuing the motion to, or tabling the matter to the next, next meeting, at which time the board can notice and agendize specific cuts to make payments for whether or not they approve the amendment to the contract.
Right, so my second of that would be to, if you want to table this for that discussion,
to the next meeting.
yeah, that's what he said, yes.
Okay, so we have, all right.
I'll just
You
make
want
a
to say
counter motion
something?
back to we just approve.
Nathan wants to
14
say
as well.
something. Assistant
All right,
Chief.
so now, so Supervisor Holland is back to the original where I started, was his motion is to approve the item as presented by staff.
Correct.
Well, I'll second that because that's what I wanted the first time. Any further discussion?
I mean, if I make a third motion inclusive of what you're talking about, we delay it. You just want to delay it until next week. That's not good enough for me. It has to be some kind of meaningful extension of time.
I'd throw out that if it was delayed not 1 week, but to the end of November, that same proposal, that basically is doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I didn't hear
It's doing the same
support.
thing.
I didn't hear support for my motion, so.
All right,
motion
Chief.
dies. Okay.
Hello again, Nathan
Hi.
Gorham, Assistant Chief, CAL FIRE, County Fire. As a reminder, in good faith, we shortened the noticing requirements for a change in the contractual agreement through cooperative fire from 1 year to 60 days. We're approximately 70 days out from those employees either being displaced or we're trying to hang on to them. So if you want to defer the decision based on the outcome of an election or a funding measure to November, I need to let you know we're still going to have that same noticing requirement. So whether you think you're trying to hang on to it between now and November, you can't decide in November that, hey, it didn't pass, I want fire to go away. We're just going to have the same cycle on repeat. And that's at the hope that those above me provide direction that they're willing to shorten it to 6 months again at that time. And I can't guarantee that right now.
So Nathan, the gist of it is November, if it doesn't pass, we're still on the hook until July 1st of 2027.
So the shortest that we were willing to do it prior, when we noticed you October 13th, was 6 months, hence the January 6th deadline. So I would be happy to speak with Chief Gashi about what that would look like if you were to defer the decision until November, but I cannot guarantee that that latitude would be expressed again.
Okay.
All right. So with that being said, we have a motion on the floor, which is by Supervisor Holland to accept as written. I seconded that. I'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
Abstain?
Abstain.
All right. So at this time, I think we're deadlocked. So here's what we're going to do. We are way past our 10 o'clock appointment. We are rapidly approaching being way past our 11:30 appointment. So what we'll go ahead and do is we're going to put a pause in this for right now. We'll go and handle our 2 or 3 appointments, go to lunch, and then come back and we can fight it out again. So I could get the, Madam Chair, if you would please read the closed item session, and then we can have public comment on that, and then we'll go from there.
All 3, correct?
Was that?
All 3, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
10 a.m. 1, closed session, public employee appointment, Authority Government Code Section 54957B1, Title Community Development Director. 10 a.m. Item 2, closed session, conference with labor negotiators, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representatives, Karen McGettigan, Human Resources Director, and Christopher Schmidt, Acting County Counsel, unrepresented employee, Community Development Director. As the Tuolumne Public Power Agency, 11:30 a.m., closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9D1, docket number ER25-209-000 et al.
All right, thank you. So I'll open this up to public comment for the 3 items. Let's get that, then I'll answer that in a second. Any public comments on the? Oh, so it's on the agenda. It's going to be appointment number 1 at the 10 a.m. was a closed session public employee appointment. Number 2 is closed sessions conference with labor negotiations. And then item number 3 was, get my glasses, as the Tuolumne Public Power Agency, 11:30 closed session conference legal counseling regarding existing litigation. So if there's any comments on those 3 items, please come up.
How long is lunch?
What's that? When do we expect to come back? I can't answer that question because
you can adjourn to a time uncertain.
Yeah, I don't have an ability to tell when we're going to get through these 3 closed session items. Any public comment? Okay, so we'll do our public comment, we'll do our closed session, give staff time to recharge, and then we will aim for 1:30-ish to come back, and then we will readdress. No. Yep.
That's later on.
If I can get to it, yes. Yes, sir.
Say to you, man.
All right, so we're adjourned until at least 1:30. Let everybody grab their seats. Popcorn's a soft drink in the lobby. All right, first and foremost, I appreciate everybody's patience. I know this hasn't gone the way we had wanted it to, just time-wise, so I appreciate that. Secondly, a little housekeeping. So where we left off was a third motion was made and had failed. So per our governance manual, after 3 motions, the item is officially done. We can't make any more motions, right? So unless I misunderstood.
I don't know if it's after 3 motions. What the manual says is you can only have 3 motions pending at the
Oh, okay,
same time.
my mistake, thank you. Okay, so we've had a number of motions made, they've all failed. So what's before the board at this time is really three items. One, we table this item and we bring it back in a week. That gives us time to come back with additional information. Or we table it and we bring it back, next week would be best. Or we come up with a solution to get to yes. Or if we do nothing, right, if nothing occurs, if we cannot come to a consensus or we're completely deadlocked, then the contract stays in place, as is, right? Now, as I've stated earlier and as the chief said as well, you know, the state has already taken steps to address their personnel and things like that, so there might be a potential lag on service, or staffing, I should say, that was poorly phrased, but we're obviously going to work with them. So we've already had discussion, we've already had public comment, we've already had a number of motions, so what does this board wish to do? Supervisor Kirk.
Sure, so are we allowed to make motions then?
Yeah, I misunderstood what he was
Okay.
saying, thank you.
So part of the reason why I abstained earlier is because I didn't want to be forced into making a decision with so many moving pieces. So during the break, I was able to talk to staff about the budget. A few things real quick. It kept coming up, the 760 or 780,000 that was supposedly pulled from fire. People wanted to know where that went and what that funded. That money went back into contingencies. So that money, fire into contingencies. When we look at contingencies, like Supervisor Holland had alluded to, even though the money's there, a lot of it's already spoken for. It's like Chinese fire or Chinese camp for the cleanup. We have to have a certain amount ready to go to write a check for our match. So when I looked into it, we have around $500,000 left in contingencies when it's all spoken for. So if the board today were to move forward and keep it, there literally is $500,000 to fund a 2.3 million or 1.8, however you look at it, structural deficit or structural problem. So there's actually not the money to do it. So that changes things for me because I'm not going to sit here and put up smoke screens and say I'm going to fund this or I'm going to kick it down the road when there's literally no money to kick it down the road and to pay for it. So where I'm at is based on the information that's within our contingencies. The citizens have until August to get something in motion. It has to be before our board in August to fund for us to approve for it to go on the ballot.
Supervisor Kirk, I believe new update information is that we do not have enough time to get it on a citizens initiative on the ballot for this year.
I don't want us to state definitively that case and give people false hope. They're going to need to check with the election deadlines, which I don't have in front of me right now for getting the initiative together.
So the idea would be if they can get something before our board, and if that passes in November, I would work immediately in November to restore 56, because that would be a couple-month process. But based on the actual numbers within our budget, we cannot fund 56. So my motion would be to amend the ordinance or the verbiage as is, and citizens got 6 months to turn this around. That'd be my motion.
I'm getting a head shaking from the county council here.
Contract, not ordinance, correct?
Sorry, contract. What did I say? Ordinance, contract.
Yeah. But
So
that would not be an amendment of the contract. That would be doing what? Bringing it back in 6 months? Or
No,
bringing it
as
back in
is.
November?
What my commitment is it's as is. This is a done deal. It was done in January. We're amending it today. We're moving forward. Should the citizens bring forth something and it passes in November, I will in November, like the week later, bring back a conversation starter to restore Station 56 with that information.
So you'd want to fund it with contingencies through August? Is that what you're saying?
No, there's no money to fund it through August. All the contingency money's been spoken for.
Well, what's the, I guess I don't understand what the August part is.
So the citizens have until August to bring something before our board to approve a citizens initiative for a tax measure.
So let's pull
So
that
then
out, because I
you'd
think that's
want
what's
to-
hanging
Yeah, maybe
things
that's
up.
confusing.
So
You
is
want
your
to
mo,
delay
is your,
the-
sorry, sorry, sir.
Yeah, the question was, you would want to delay decision on amending the contract until August?
No, I'm going to amend the contract today. Should the citizens bring forth a measure and it passes in November, I will work to start restoring 56.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So you would
Because
support,
there's no money in contingencies to go to August or to November.
so you want
There's
to
no
close
money.
the fire station, but if
Something
things
changes.
change somewhere in the future,
In November, I will restore
you
it.
would support people trying to reopen it.
In November.
Okay.
We have to have a funding mechanism to support it. But I mean, I did vote to cut 5.6 to the organization today, to fund it today. That wasn't supported. So there's no money in contingencies to fund it.
So just to be clear, your motion is to approve item number 13 as written.
Yep.
Second.
I just want to be clear with the public.
All right.
Bring something back in November, I'll restore it, but
Just to clarify, how much money currently is in contingencies?
3.6 million.
Thank you.
and it's spoken for, Ryan. You can say that, but
You
the problem
say-
is it's spoken for. The money is,
Spoken
the
for.
checks are already written, they just haven't been cashed yet.
So,
It's
I mean, we
that
get going.
simple.
So here's how we do budgets in the county. We have to vote on them and pass them, and included in that budget is spending
Should we
that
call for the vote here?
contingency.
So are we not going to
motion
rebuild
second.
Chinese camp?
That has not happened yet.
Are we not going to rebuild
So
Chinese
we're not
camp?
All right,
Wasn't
so
there a motion and a second on the table
There was.
before
Apologies. I just had an
recess,
additional
and
question.
then we came back in? You mentioned the 5.6 cut. I thought the motion was related to that. I don't think we actually had any discussion on that.
We voted all the motions.
yeah, all motions were voted. That's why
No, we had three, and then we walked through those. None of those passed. Then there was another motion and a second, I believe, by Supervisor Kirk at that time, if I remember.
all motions were voted on and failed because the last one was a 2-2-1.
Right.
And that's why we took our break when we did.
So then this motion is basically what is presented to us, which was the last vote we took, which failed. So we are simply repeating the same vote, right? The motion you had made was to basically adopt as it is. So all to say is this motion's already been heard and it already failed. I don't know if we have rules on simply bringing up
We
over
checked
and over.
we checked into that. That was part of the conversation, is that we can bring back motions. There was only, our governance manual said we can only have 3 motions on the floor at a time. And now that those have all been exhausted, there's nothing that says we can't bring back a motion that was originally brought forward and died. So we're basically all the way back to where I originally started with my original motion, which then I walked back, was now what Supervisor Kirk has made is to accept item number 13 as written, which I then seconded. So the discussion before the board right now is, and Supervisor Holland has called for the vote, so I'll go ahead and do that in a second, is that to approve, I'll get the language right, is to approve the amendment of the cooperative agreement with CAL FIRE for fiscal year 26-27. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Okay. So that item is now completed. All right, so now we'll go ahead and move on to item number 15.
We've got consent to do.
Yeah, I know.
Item number 15, consideration of approving the real property donation, regulatory and use agreement for the Miners Motel property at 18740 Highway 108 to convey the property to Habitat for Humanity of Tuolumne County, approving the subrecipient agreement with Habitat for Humanity of Tuolumne County for rehabilitation of 18740 Highway 108 and the amount not to exceed $1,212,966 with a term ending September 30, 2026, and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents.
All right, good afternoon. Chair Griefer, members of the board, Annie Hockett, Health and Human Services Agency. I'm here today to request your consideration of 2 related actions regarding the Miners Motel property located in Jamestown. First, we're asking the board to approve a real property donation, regulatory and use agreement for the Miners Motel property located at 18740 Highway 108, and to convey the property to Habitat for Humanity of Tuolumne County for development as an affordable housing project. Second, we are asking the board to approve a sub-recipient agreement with Habitat in an amount not to exceed $1,212,966 with the term ending September 30th, 2026 for the rehabilitation of the property into affordable housing units. These are encampment resolution grant funds, not general fund dollars. This property has been discussed with this board a number of times, but I'll give just a very quick summary of kind of the steps we took to arrive here today. The property was originally purchased back in 2023 using encampment resolution grant funds with the intent to develop both transitional and permanent housing for residents of Tuolumne County. This effort was part of a broader strategy to expand housing options and supports for individuals experiencing homelessness. The project was initially managed by the General Services Agency. Following that agency's dissolution in spring of 2025, Health and Human Services assumed responsibility for project oversight. After several board discussions on how to move forward with this project, particularly in light of the limited ongoing funding and capacity for long-term management, your board directed staff in June of 2025 to explore partnerships with a community-based organization that could both complete the redevelopment and operate the site sustainably. Following that direction, we worked with the California Department of Housing and Community Development to determine the appropriate path forward. On December 9th, your board adopted a resolution expressing intent to donate the property to a qualified housing sponsor through a competitive process. An RFP, or request for proposal, was released in late December, and we received a total of 3 completed proposals. A 4-person evaluation committee independently scored the proposals, and Habitat for Humanity of Tuolumne County was identified as the highest ranked proposer. A notice of intent to award was issued on February 3rd, 2026. Additional details on Habitat's proposal, including project timelines and long-term sustainability, are included in your board packet. We also have Habitat President and CEO Trinity here, along with some other staff. Deputy County Counsel Cody Nesper, I know, is available. Oh, there he is. He snuck right in on me. For any legal questions, I'm happy to answer any other questions. And if not, we would ask that the board follow staff recommendation.
All right, thank you. Bring it to the board. Any questions for Ms. Honkett? Go ahead. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I think everything makes a lot of sense in this. You know, since the beginning of the project, there's a question in this. Just to say that I know it was on a tight timeline, it was on a tight budget. A number of changes happened at the county that delayed it. Your team ended up with stuff that previously was not on your radar and you had to learn to go through it. I'll just say we have burned up some of the time on the grant. So while it was before all of that, I think on a tight timeline, it is now, I wonder, going to be enough time with the sub-recipient agreement. We have it in here for September to expend the 1.2 million. It takes a certain amount of time just to be able to get contractors out, be able to complete the work. My concern and question, it's not related to Habitat, which I think is a very capable organization. It's related to the feasibility. Are we expecting that that is a reasonable timeline, and are we planning to, as I would hope, ask for, say, a 6-month, 12-month extension on the grant to be able to extend that deadline?
So it is an aggressive timeline. I think everybody would admit to that. The September date is critical because that money has to be spent by that deadline or it has to go back. And so I know, and Trinity may want to address the board on that issue, her proposal will meet that deadline of spending. Occupancy is a different issue. We have some target occupancy timelines in the proposal, but that should not impact the funding. And that is really what's driving that tight time frame of September.
Okay. And we also have elsewhere on the agenda, they're already in the ordinance for being a fee waived bona fide housing nonprofit. That's great that we're adding it. Will there be some level of expedited review? How do we expect? Aggressive is a conservative version of that word. I'm not sure that it's a feasible timeline. Will we be expediting any permits that also come in addition to waiving the fees?
I'll let, I think somebody else is probably more equipped to answer that, but what I will say is that the occupancy targets are upon completion of an occupancy permit. And so if there are delays that Habitat runs into, again, the spending is kind of a separate issue, but in terms of occupying the space with those targets, that will depend on how quick some of the other processes take place.
Okay, last question. We have a number of vacancies within CDD. So are we expecting that to cause any issues where we may need to rely on a third-party contract? Question being, we salary our employees, so if we waive fees, it's a budget problem for us. If we are paying a third-party contractor, they actually need to be paid for those hours. So where does that money come from if we've given most of the grant money to Habitat to do the project? Does it come out of the money we're giving to Habitat, or will the county be backfilling any third-party permitting costs?
I might need to look to
I was
Roger
going to say,
for
I'm
that.
getting the eyebrow wave over here from Roger.
So to address that, we have no intention of using third-party contractors to do the inspections.
Okay.
We are meeting with Habitat tomorrow morning on site with our chief building official and our fire inspectors that are going to outline what it's going to take. You do have an item on consent to waive the fees, so our intent is to work closely with Habitat and to expedite this as much as we possibly can.
Okay, that answers it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Annie, since the time we've purchased this property, have we continued to pay Jamestown Sanitation for utility hookups?
Yes.
And TUD water and all that? So we've continuously been a continuous customer, nonstop service. And,
As
made
far
us
as
more
I
than-
know, I would have to confirm that with facilities, but my belief is yes,
Okay,
we've-
for a hotel or motel, whatever you want to call it,
for the property.
for the property. Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll open it up to the floor for comments. You have 3 minutes. At 1 minute, the little thingy will beep, let you know.
Good afternoon. The whole RFP process was a little bit difficult. I'd recommend the board go over the RFP process. There was another group that was interested, went by Refuge of Recovery. They are the ones that actually have boots on the ground on Camp Justice and have helped them move around. Details in this agreement will suggest that Habitat Humanity will have to work with our behavioral health system for the next 55 years, I believe. Is that correct?
She's not going to answer. You can ask us, and then we can follow up on it.
I'm pretty sure that's what the contract says, is that Habitat will have to work with behavioral health for the next 55 years. And since CAO Root suggested the next item on the agenda later will be using county funds to cover the expenses of the other items, I think we need to cut our losses, because having to hire inspectors to go out there and cover all those costs will be ridiculous. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, Supervisors, is it minors right now? Public comment?
Yes, please.
Okay, sorry, I just walked in.
That's all right. I would say good morning, but we're way past that.
Yeah. Nick Rivera, Operations Supervisor for Jamestown Sanitary District. Just here basically to show support for Habitat and this project. So just that. We did offer them a conditional will serve for the project moving forward. So we are fully behind them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. So I'm Trinity, of course, with Habitat for Humanity, but I just want to extend my gratitude for the county to even consider a project like this and a partnership like this, because this is what's going to really already change lives. I want you to know that we already have a waiting list. The moment that this hit the paper, people have been calling us, and so we have a waiting list already for people who are interested in getting into this property. Is it going to be a long 5 months? It is. Like Jaron said, we're going to push hard. The great thing is we are a construction company, and therefore all of our contractors, I just want to give a shout out to them. We've been working with them extensively. They've adjusted their timelines for us, And so we expect to get this done within 5 months, and I really look forward to being able to come back and report to you and hopefully give you a tour of the property if you say yes. But I wanted just to extend our gratitude for you to consider partnering with us, and we're really excited to be able to make this happen. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
So, some of the stuff I've been reading, Tuolumne County keeps giving everything over to Habitat. I think we really need to start looking into that. If you simply Google it, Habitat's under investigation by the FBI very heavily. And I don't understand why everything goes to Habitat once we apply for it through multiple other properties. And it's very concerning of how much property we have given them over the years. I'm not saying there is fraud here, but there is a lot of fraud out there if you simply Google it. So that's what I like to say.
All right, thank you. Nope. Yeah. I got it. Okay. Hi. Little technical difficulties, so go ahead. Oh, I see. So we're having a little problem with our camera or with our clock up there. So as you get close to 3 minutes, I'll kind of wave at you, let you know.
I won't get close. I'll be very quick.
Okay.
So my name is Julie. I am a recipient of a home through Habitat. So I really want you guys to approve this contract. They're a wonderful organization, honest, transparent. There's nothing that you're going to find that's negative. Well, I won't say nothing. But for the most part, they are good people, and they will run this with good hearts and good business.
All right, thank you. All right, last call. All right, we'll bring it back to the board. The board have any discussion or wish to make a motion?
So I believe is in District 5 there. I'd be proud to make the motion to approve and move on staff recommendation to award this subrecipient agreement, everything to Habitat for Humanity.
Sharon, can I make a comment real fast? And I'll second your motion when. Nick, thanks for coming. I know this is not your doing, but I am disappointed that Jamestown Sanitation is charging them $200,000 in hookup fees for an existing motel hotel, which is still going to serve the same amount of people. I know that that's a board decision, but it is disappointing that they're charging them that when they have all this. As I said, we've been paying the bill ever since, so it's not like we lost connection. This is a brand new project. We're not expanding the place where we're getting 50 new homes on there. So just something maybe relay back to your board. I think they could have thrown that in since it's already been being paid, but I know you have nothing to do with that. So, and Jared, we'll get on with your motion of.
Did we wish to look like he wanted to respond?
No, it's okay. I just want to make a statement.
Okay.
So we can vote.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. We have a second to move as written on item number 15. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Passes 5-0. All right, thank you. Okay, all right. With that being that, we will move into our consent calendar. Are there any items that wish to be pulled by consent? No. Seeing none. All right, we'll move to accept, or sorry, I'll move for, not even move. See, it's been a long day, I apologize.
Yeah, so public comment.
Thank you, sir.
I had a couple of things I wanted to comment on.
All right, so we'll start off with public comment from the board. I apologize.
Public comment or board comment?
Board comment.
Okay. I wanted to highlight National Library Week in Tuolumne County. I don't know who left this, but somebody left us nice cards and an Almond Joy, which is my favorite candy. I don't know who knew that, but I keep that very secret. Supporting Tuolumne County libraries is how I became interested in public service generally, and it led me on the path to running for the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. And so I think that the work they do is incredibly important, and it's more important now than ever. Libraries are effectively community spaces, and they're not just about books and renting materials and things like that. They are places for children to go. They're places for adults to get further education or apply for jobs, and that, of course, is the core duties of our libraries. And I think that the work they do there is phenomenal. I know that the people that were here from the libraries had to go back to work. And so if they're listening, just know that I appreciate them. I love the work they do, and we support them 100%.
All right, thank you. Supervisor, anyone? No one? All right. So I will say that I too am a big fan of the library, so I appreciate the treats that they left behind. Benjamin Franklin was the original founder of the first public library in Philadelphia back when our nation was being formed. So, this is a great opportunity for us to recognize the people that make our libraries good. As Supervisor Campbell stated, it's a valuable part of our, not only just our country heritage, but also as the people that have used it for all sorts of different things throughout their lives. So I want to say thank you to them. I also wish to acknowledge all of our crime victims, or the people that work with those victims. So are you here? Anybody? Go ahead. I like to do this. Go ahead and stand up so I can embarrass you. There we go. So a big round of applause for the people who do some of the hardest work out there. You guys are great. Keep doing what you're doing. I know I've heard from multiple people that unfortunately when your services are needed, you guys are top notch. You are always out there. You're great advocates. Just continue to do what you're doing, and I'm glad that we can recognize you publicly for all your hard work. I know a lot of times you're the unsung heroes, so thank you for what you do. And then I want to say thank you to the reappointment of Jim and Hans to the airport. Sounds like something on SNL, Jim's and Hans, to the Airport Advisory Committee. So I know anytime we get people who are willing to volunteer their time, it's important, and we really recognize all of their time and effort. So I just want to say a big thank you to that. Supervisor Holland, anything?
To victim witness, many of you may or may not know this, but my mom worked in victim witness back in the day. Although I've never had you guys' services, I do understand the work you guys do. I remember the long nights she did and have to go out sometimes at odd hours, since crime happens all the time and victims happen all the time. So again, thank you guys for all the hard work you guys do. Appreciate it.
All right, and we'll go to Supervisor Root. Give you a promotion, CIO Root. Well,
That's
you got something you should say?
As I heard, I think Supervisor Campbell said that we did have library staff here. They wanted to be able to speak to the board about some upcoming events this week, celebrating National Library Week. And so I promised them that I would read the upcoming events for the board. So as you should know, this week is National Library Week, and there's a lot of events taking place at all of our libraries. We have library branches in Sonora, Groveland, Twain Harte, and Tuolumne. So some of the events that are occurring all week long are free coffee for visitors in the library at the Sonora Library, free snack size Almond Joys. They don't get the big size like you guys got. At all branches while supplies last. Various other snacks throughout the week at all branches. Fines will be waived on overdue or lost books when you return them this week at all branches. And free replacement of library cards for lost or missing library cards at all branches. Try your hand at Blackout Poetry in celebration of National Poetry Month at Sonora. And then read the poem of the day at the circulation desk at Sonora and Twain Harte. There were some events on Monday, but tomorrow there's going to be a craft cart where they're going to make press flower bookmarks at the Sonora Library from 1 to 4, and they're going to have story time at 10:30 at the Sonora Library. Thursday, there are games all day long at the Sonora Library. Story time will be at 10:30 again, and then they'll have a STEM activity at 3:30 at the Twain Harte Library. And then Friday, story time again at all branches at 10:30, and then Saturday, story time again at the Sonora branch at 10:30. So the library is pleased to engage with the community and invites everyone to come out to any of the activities that are available. There are some of these flyers on the back if anyone's interested.
All right, it's really important that if you've got those outstanding fines, now's your chance, right? Get those off your books. Turn those books in. All right, with that being said, I don't see any further comment. We'll open it up to public comment. Come on up. Looks like you got volunteered.
Good afternoon, Board. I keep forgetting that it is not morning. Patrick Spink, District Attorney's Office. Cassandra and Steph could not be here, so you're stuck with me. But I get the pleasure of talking about our advocates. This week is National Crime Victims' Rights Week. Every April during Victims' Rights Week, we celebrate victims and survivors of crime, as well as the dedicated advocates and law enforcement partners who work with them through the justice process. The 2026 Victims' Rights Week theme is Listen, Act, Advocate, Protect Victims, and Serve Communities. This vital work would not be possible without the dedication and compassion of our victim service providers and advocates. The Tuolumne County District Attorney's Victim Witness Team, including full-time advocates Dixie Sky, Holly Brown, Crystal Fouts, and Tracy Archer, and our administrative technician Becky Whittington, provided critical support to over 400 victims and delivered over 5,800 services in 2025. Their unwavering commitment to justice, healing, and empowerment is invaluable, and we extend our deepest appreciation for their efforts. This year, we are hosting our annual luncheon to recognize our crime victims and survivors whose courage and resilience in speaking out and being heard and participating in the justice process to hold offenders accountable is this Thursday at Black Oak Casino. This year, one of the cases we are recognizing is our first fentanyl homicide prosecution in which the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Narcotics Team investigated the defendant for fentanyl sales and the overdose of homicide of R.J. Bennett. We'll be honoring RJ's family as well as the Tuolumne Narcotics Team at our luncheon. We'll also be honoring other survivors as well as other law enforcement and service providers who support victims and survivors of crime. We are supported in this endeavor by our partner agencies, including the Tuolumne Resiliency Coalition. Once again, we want to extend our appreciation and recognition to crime survivors, our victim witness advocates, and all of the other partners in the justice system that work tirelessly in the pursuit of justice. I still have a minute. We just received word there are a few more tickets left. We shut down the ticket sales as of April 9th, but we just received word that there's about 30 tickets left. We shared the link to purchase those tickets if anybody is interested on the Tuolumne Resiliency Coalition Facebook page, as well as our District Attorney Facebook page. Thank you.
So we got everything. We got the where in the wind, but just not the time.
The time.
What time is lunch?
Question. Check-in starts at 10:30. The event starts at 11, and I believe it goes till about 1 o'clock or so.
So this Thursday, Black Oak, 11 o'clock, 30 tickets. Buy them, go, pat them on the back.
You got it. See,
Right.
when Cassandra and Steph are gone next time, you got to come up here.
All right, deal. Afternoon, Sheriff.
Good afternoon. Dave Vasquez, Sheriff for the people of Tuolumne County. I would be remiss not to capitalize on an opportunity to speak on how fantastic our victim advocates are. I have had the privilege of working closely with them in the operating forces at the line staff through supervision and management, and I can tell you that there is nobody who advocates harder for the rights of people who have survived crime. I just wanted to share my sincerest gratitude for the heartfelt effort that these people put into their everyday work. Whether that's during time of crisis or helping people pick up the pieces. And I would just like to highlight that while we had Supervisor Holland talk about the after-hours call-outs and the extra sacrifice that goes into their duty, I would advocate that we recognize that long after the process of healing has taken place, that they are there with them every step of the way, whether it's after the crisis, coping with crisis, years, months later down the road. I know for a fact, and from the conversations that I've had from survivors, that they will go back to that area where they receive that type of support for extended services and for just that, whether that it's a comforting hug or an assistance down walking that pathway to rebuilding their lives. And so I am grateful and deeply appreciative of our victim advocates for facilitating that process, and they have my unwavering support. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any of the threesome act that want to come up and talk or no? No? All right. All right, any other public comments? All right, seeing none, I will accept a motion to approve the consent item as presented in your agenda online as well as on the back.
I'll move we accept the consent calendar as presented.
I'll second. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain. Passes 5-0-0. All right. So that leaves us items 16, 17, and 18. So, Madam Clerk, please read item 16.
Item 16, consideration of adopting Resolution 45-26, authorizing the appointment of Mary Barrett as a retired annuitant under Government Code Section 21224 to perform duties of Social Worker 3 within the Health and Human Services Agency, HHSA, Department of Social Services, effective May 3, 2026.
Come on up. You're not Annie.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board, two young directors of social services. I'm here this morning I'm here this afternoon to request your board to adopt this resolution authorizing Mary Barrett to continue employment as a retired annuitant with social services. Mary Barrett has worked for social services for more than 11 years and has decided to retire effective May 2nd. She has agreed to support the department if allowed. Mary is currently assigned to the Resource Family Approval Program, where two social workers has a combined of total of less than a year of program experience. This will allow Mary to continue to assist with the Resource Family Approval Program, primarily by addressing the backlog of family assessment and transferring program knowledge. If you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions from the board? Seeing none, thank you. Public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. I'll accept any comments or a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
All right, with that being said, Supervisor Brandon makes a motion, Supervisor Holland makes a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed and abstained. So it's 5-0-0. Thank you. All right, we're moving along now. All right. So item number 17, Madam Clerk.
Item number 17, consideration of approving the ambulance services agreement between the County of Tuolumne and Mercy Medical Transport, Inc., with a base contract amount of $6,556,467, subject to annual increases plus additional compensation for performance-based incentives as included in the fiscal year 2026-27 adopted Ambulance Enterprise Fund budget.
Good afternoon.
Good
Chairman
afternoon.
Griefer, members of the board. Get situated here. Michelle Clark with Health and Human Services Agency. And before I get started on the contract before you today, I just wanted to take a moment to recognize the current contractor's 39 years of service. Manteca District Ambulance, MDA, and their longevity with our county speak to a deep commitment to this community and help shape the program we have going today. They have provided high-quality emergency medical services and leave a long-standing legacy that has made a lasting impact, one for which we are truly grateful for. With that strong foundation in mind, we are now moving into a new chapter beginning July 1st of this year. On December 19th, 2025, a request for proposals was published seeking providers to operate Tuolumne County's ambulance system. The county received 3 proposals from ambulance providers. Notably, MDA did not submit a proposal. On March 5th, following careful evaluation by a 5-member review panel, the contract was awarded to Mercy Medical Transportation Incorporated. I'm pleased to introduce our new contractor, who we believe is well-positioned to carry this work forward and meet the evolving needs of this community. We have on the line Jesse Torres, the Chief Operating Manager, and Rick Roche, the President and Owner. And then we have Jonathan Knopf, Operations Manager with Mercy, with us today, and one of their supervisors. Jonathan will be overseeing the day-to-day operations, including unit deployment and among other responsibilities. But just to kind of highlight some areas of this contract, the system will include 5 24-hour ambulances 7 days a week, strategically staffed and deployed in the Groveland, Soulsville, Tuolumne, Sonora, Columbia, and Jamestown areas to ensure consistent countywide coverage. In addition to that, we plan to have 2 advanced life support 12-hour ambulances 7 days a week and 1 10-hour basic life support ambulance that will operate daily. These additional units are designed to support 911 response and inter-facility transfers during peak demand periods, particularly in high call volume areas. The system will utilize dynamic deployment, or what they call move-up plans, to optimize unit hour utilization, balance workload across crews, reduce fatigue, and improve overall response reliability. The BLS unit will handle lower acuity 911 calls and interfacility transfers, allowing ALS resources to remain available for more critical emergencies. I think it's also important to note that the contract is going to add 2 supervisor vehicles. These will support complex and high-risk calls, major incidences and field coordination, system oversight and deployment decisions, quality assurance and field training, safety and risk management. They will handle some backfill coverage and standby events as well. One thing that we like to highlight is that workforce wellness is a key priority in this contract. Through data-driven deployment and unit hour utilization, the system is designed to balance workload, reduce fatigue, and support safe staffing levels. Mercy has indicated a commitment to prioritizing the hiring of the incumbent workforce with a focus on maintaining comparable pay and benefits. And also, this contract includes a performance-based approach. Key areas such as clinical performance, billing compliance, and out-of-county transfers will be measured with incentives for strong performance and accountability measures if standards are not met. Our goal through this contract is to ensure optimal patient outcomes, maximize surge capacity, enhance resource efficiency, and support workforce wellness. So with that, we recommend that the board approve the ambulance services agreement between Tuolumne County and Mercy Medical Transport Incorporated to begin July 1st, 2026, with a base amount of $6,556,467 and additional compensation available through performance-based incentives.
All right, thank you. We'll bring it back to the board for questions. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. So we've had presentations before about some of the services and then rates when it comes to ALS and BLS ambulances. The supervisor vehicles, that's something that's odd to me. I don't understand. Can you explain it? Because it sounds like a supervisor staff member in a pickup truck going to make sure that they are doing well, and why we would have 2 of those compared to the number of ambulances deployed.
The supervisors use a vehicle, not always for 911. They're doing it to manage the day-to-day operations between the stations and their crews, and sometimes meeting the crews at the hospital, especially for critical incidents or to debrief. On the 911 side of it, the supervisors go to, especially the multi-casualty incidents, the MCIs, or any of the other more dire incidents where extrication is involved, or something that's longer lasting or more intensive, where they can help support the paramedics on scene by either providing care or helping with transport or whatever needs to be done. So that gives them basically more wheels and more people to get to those time-sensitive and often overwhelming scenes.
So what does that do in terms of when we have some type of medical event that may be a multi-casualty event? Often fire is the fastest to get there, providing some level of emergency paramedic services, depending on the training or something, right? No,
their highest level is EMT. So the supervisors are paramedics. They can assist with doing the lines or resuscitations or a lot of the other things when you don't have enough hands on scene with your higher trained people. They're another set of hands who can actually do those things.
You're saying fire doesn't provide any emergency medical assistance whatsoever?
They don't provide advanced care, no.
Not advanced care. I'm saying some level of emergency on-site level services is what I said, right?
Yes.
Okay, so they do that.
They do basic, yes.
Right. And so if an ALS ambulance goes out and there are also a number of fire responding agencies with, let's say there may be 4, 5, 6 different firefighters there. Again, I'm not understanding what the supervisor vehicle does, because there will already be almost always a number of other hands on site.
It's the skilled hands. That's the hands that provide the paramedic care. So in a multi-casualty incident where you have multiple very injured patients, you need those paramedics. The EMTs are not starting lines. They can do oxygen, they can do bandage, but they can't do the medications or the more advanced care.
Okay. Can I maybe get a little clarification for you? So hypothetically, you have a supervisor vehicle, which in my head, I heard that I was going to get a vehicle with lights and sirens, so I'm disappointed. But so they could be out there roaming around, something big comes out, they may be the first on scene to start the life care.
They can be first.
Right, so they can be. So yeah, it's kind of like
They could
a
also be
floating.
last, yeah.
Right.
Right. Well, I mean, multi-casualty, very severe events. I don't have the stats on how often that happens, but having 2 vehicles that are patrolling for that for what is effectively kind of a surge issue. I mean, I can see in that instance why that would be useful, but maybe 90% of the time, what are they, also doing? Anyway, it just seems odd to me, because then why wouldn't we simply have another BLS or another ALS ambulance within that area rather than what sounds like, again, a truck with a highly trained person on it?
So the supervisor isn't actually going around patrolling for these things. They're doing their day-to-day CQI, quality insurance, running schedules, maintaining supplies. They're doing the stuff that supervisors do, maintaining personnel, handling complaints, doing all the things that they do. This gives them a rig to be able to respond. They're not going to be out there just roaming around.
Okay, that might clarify. So these are just two vehicles that staff who are already working on some of the administrative matters basically can go respond.
Correct.
I was thinking that this was two whose whole job was going out to inspect to make sure they have enough bandages and whatnot on site, and that seemed to be unnecessary. So
No,
anyway,
good
that's all.
clarification.
Also, I think they may be able to stay there and then, kind of backfill so that you have another rig that can go back into the response. Does that make sense? So it replaces it if necessary, if they have to then deploy a rig somewhere else.
Any other questions for?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. I know this has been a very long process and it was very complicated. Really grateful for the partnership that we have had with MDA over these past 40 years. What I would like to know is what are the key differences between the service that customers in Tuolumne County would have received under MDA with now Mercy providing those services? And I'm looking for things like, will their costs increase for calls if they call 911? Will it affect what types of insurances are accepted? Will it take longer for ambulances to get there? How much will the staffing be different? What are the key differences between what we had before and what we will have now? And I know that is a very all-encompassing question, but I think it's the question that our community members would be most interested in.
So let's go with the key similarities first.
Okay.
Prices don't change.
Great.
For the most part, personnel doesn't change. Mercy has offered all of the existing MDA personnel a job. They're applying. The window opens today. The service, the level of service, paramedic, EMT, or sometimes double staffed with a paramedic, that doesn't change. What does change is that there are incentives for quality care. Not that quality care wasn't provided before, but we are looking at it with metrics and incentivizing it so that hopefully as things change in EMS, we are going to be at the head of the curve and ensuring that we're instituting new or better protocols or equipment or what have you. We're really prioritizing the quality of care. The other thing that changes is the number of rigs on the road at any given time. Right now, for the most part, we have 6 24-hour rigs. Instead, we're going to have 5 24-hour rigs and 2 12-hour rigs. And what this allows us to do is have 7 staffed at the peak of the day where there's more surge. So response times actually should go down. The services to people should improve. We also have a 10-hour BLS rig being added into the system to help offload the low acuity things and stuff from the hospital. With all of our intentions, we're expecting the system to improve. Had MDA sticked around, we would have done these things anyway, because we're always trying to improve. And this is another opportunity to do so.
And I just want to say, if you recall, we had done an assessment of our emergency medical services, and so the RFP was, and this contract was just kind of an enhancement based on those results. And so we use that to develop this.
Okay. And thank you very much. And so just to bullet point, exclamation point, underline, the cost for calling 911 for an individual customer will not increase because of this change.
Right. Those rates are already set through another resolution.
Yes, they
so
will
those
they're set through the
those don't
standard rate.
change.
They may increase in accordance with the established rate,
resolution.
but this decision in itself is not going to
Right.
affect that. Okay.
Correct.
And then you are hoping that response times will decrease because of this new arrangement with keeping 5 24-hour a day and 2 12-hour a day.
And by adding the supervisor cars.
All right. Thank you.
Supervisor Kirk?
I was just taking notes. Just to be clear, there were 6 full-time before, Now there's 5 full-time with the 2 12-hour.
Right. The
Okay,
6th
that's
car actually was kind of a backup that increased to 24/7 as necessary, and it has been used a lot.
I just want to make sure.
Supervisor Holland?
Thank you guys for your work on this. Supervisor Campbell said it's been a lot of work for you guys. I'm happy to hear that the new company is offering all the previous employees jobs. Hopefully they stay, so everyone in our community, it sounds like you might just switch a patch and get a badge out of the deal, and hopefully things stay similar. So I'm glad to hear that, though. Thanks.
All right, my one and only question is, Groveland pays for an ambulance now, and this might be a conversation that we might be having tomorrow-ish. So I'm going to ask my question. If you need to tell me, hey, we'll talk about that tomorrow, I'm okay. So Groveland obviously pays for an ambulance service out of a tax measure that they passed. So the ambulance, are you going to keep the same call signs? All right, so Medic 41 is the medic ambulance that handles Groveland. Will there be 2 ambulances in Groveland, one for the people who are paying for that ambulance, and then a second? And again, we could say no, it's conversation, but I just kind of want to put that out there as.
I will just say that at this point, that stays the same. We are just obviously including them in this system.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect, right. Any further questions? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening again. So with the supervisor vehicles, what they're doing is covering what Manteca already provides. So it's nothing additional, it's just continuing the same coverage. If the new company fails to do a transfer, then they will be charged $1,000 for every time they're not able to do that. I think that is a big issue with this contract. Another thing, when they're doing the transition to different companies, we need to make sure that they're open with the public. So I would recommend opening the dispatch steering committee meetings since they were closed to the public. I think that's public's information and the public needs to be involved. It shouldn't be shut down because I went. What else is there? There's a couple of other issues, but we'll just stick with that. As far as listening to these 2 companies talk in the lobby earlier, I'm very, very, very confident there will be a smooth transition. I like Mercy coming in and Manteca helping out with that transition. So I was really nervous before, but now I'm really confident that they'll do a great job. So thank you.
Can't pass up a mic. Bill Caldera with Manteca Ambulance. We have worked with this company as long as I've been here. Mr. Roche, I don't know if you can talk back, probably just as not, only got 3 minutes, you know how I go. I met him in the 80s when he was in Mariposa taking over for a volunteer ambulance. Manteca was taking over for Pine Mountain Lake Ambulance and volunteer EMTs. And they went out on calls and we did paramedic intercepts from Sonora. We're still going to see people come in on Cottonwood Road with a chainsaw injury and they're going to be in the back of a pickup and somebody's going to put a tourniquet on that's not required. No matter how hard we strive, there's 2,200 square miles. And as far as the budget, Manteca, Mercy, you without anybody but yourselves, the price to the user is the same. It's based on healthcare payer mixes. It's based on the CPI and the rates. And right now, healthcare reimbursement, there's only so much you're going to get out of a person's insurance. It's capped. Okay, so you're going down the best path. The other thing is these people, they go into Yosemite, they do transfers all the time, and we've spent the whole day together basically going over the map, talking about things that old paramedics do. And the other thing was that, Ryan, with the other thing is the staffing. You're looking at unit hours, okay? There's 168 hours in a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week deal. So 5 times 24, I think is going to get you 168. That's Somerville old math. And so right now, today, we have 5 cars on, and then we put a 6th one on. So what they're doing to try to get a little bit more technical, now that the sheriff's dispatch is at Stryker Court, we can do the math of the peak time of day of when the crap's going to happen, okay? Like tomorrow, if it dropped down to 20, there's going to be ice on the road, and I'm going to stalk faster. So basically, splitting this car up is great. If things get tough on the finances for whatever reason, you can pare a car back. You're not shutting the whole car down. And in the last 6 months, from COVID till now, we're having a heck of a time keeping people. Last Friday, we used the Resilience Center in Tuolumne. Great building. It's done a fabulous job for us as Stryker Court has evolved. And we had to do something that's called the WARN Act because we have over 100 employees. So we met with our employees and advised them that they're going to be getting notifications. They were extremely upset, worried, scared. Other companies that bid were calling them on the down low. They didn't contact us at all. But as of today, they have reached out, as Dr. Freeman talked about. I think that's going to put a nice little edge on this, and things are going to be just fine. These guys here, Jonathan is the primary,
All right.
and Robert is the other.
Gotta cut you off.
That's East Coast time. And so anyway, thank you very much.
Don't make me get the water gun.
I'm still living here, and I'm in District 4 north of the river, so you keep it up.
Hey, we got
and,
it.
we'll keep an eye on you, all right?
I'm right here. Come and
All
get
right.
me.
Thank you.
All right, brother. Thanks. I was gonna say, you waited all this time. Come on up.
I've been here since 9 o'clock, and if there's one thing I've learned is that the budget and finances are very important to you guys, as they should be. My name is Dave Hunter. I'm the Director of EMS for Oak Valley Hospital District. I was one of the bidders in the RFP, and we were very excited about putting this together. We were excited about our over 50 years of service in the ambulance business and bringing it up the hill here. When we were not chosen for the RFP, it hurt a little bit, but we accepted it. And as I thought about it, we were, according to the RFP specifically, it was a very detailed RFP, meaning that it required a lot of information, and it was based on a point and percentage system. And we felt that we scored very high on that system. We felt that we should have scored higher than most, well, out of the three. When it came to the financial part of it, we struggled with that. I put together a financial package that if it was a private ambulance company, we would not survive. It was low enough. Our CEO and we talked about this. We are a very financial stable system, and we were able to put this together with wonderful benefits, better pay than they are getting now, and at a very good price. And I was concerned when we did not also get the contract because I felt that we were probably underbid, and how would somebody do that and be able to run that system with less money than we were putting in or that we were asking for. So I found out late afternoon yesterday that not only did the winning provider not underbid us, but they overbid us by $250,000. And I know that money is important and budget is important. So I'm not trying to spoil anybody's parade, and it took everything in my power to come up here today to do this. I don't like doing this. This is not what I do. But my opinion or my experience is it usually goes to the most qualified, lowest bidder. And I'm just a little bit concerned about that. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, any further public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any final comments, or I will look for a motion? Question? Comment, I mean?
Yeah, thank you. Well, I wanted to ask, there was a few from the comments received here, questions that I want to check into. How will this work with the staff? Because I've heard this from across the region, obviously staffing being a challenge. I believe what we had with Manteca before was represented under USW. There was some recruitment happening. Just wanted to say that, is there any difference here in expectation of how much the staff are being paid, the benefits package, and making sure that we're able to fill the positions for the drivers?
So we are under the understanding with Mercy that the benefit salary package is comparable to what it is now.
Okay.
We have Jesse on the line if he wanted to talk about those pieces. I don't know if he hears us. Jesse, are you there?
I think you have there we go.
Sorry about that. We're not muted anymore. Thanks so much for allowing us this opportunity for Tuolumne County. Very exciting. We've been in Mariposa working with Bill and Manteca for many decades, which proves only a couple of things. One, Bill and I are older. Okay, so that's true. And the other thing is we're very experienced at what we do. In fact, we've been taking care of Don Pedro area and backing up Groveland on a regular basis as Groveland backs us up too. And we've had just a superb relationship with Manteca. As far as the wages and benefits go, they're going to be the same. The benefits or the pay is the exact same as what they're getting right now. And then as far as the benefits go, it took a little while, but we worked it out with our insurance company that we can have them have the exact same benefits, or at least as close to the exact same as there are possible. Some plans change a little bit, but it will be either the exact same or a comparable to that. So yes, we are honoring all those benefits and wages.
Great, thank you. And the second part of that, if it's comparable benefits, what does happen to the current employees that would be coming with Manteca? I'm not assuming that those are necessarily absorbed into the rest of the system. If they are, is there an effort to try and offer positions for this expansion from the currently employed folks?
Yeah, so
yes,
they,
we have the emails. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Rick.
Okay, we have the email addresses and we've been in coordination with them. We've sent them out the application for onboarding so that we can get everything we need from them in order to add them to our employee list. And that's what we're working on right now. So all the employees will be offered a position.
Yeah, Supervisor, if I may say something too, we have been, as you guys know, there's contracts that need to be approved, but we have put ourselves in the position of those employees that have been serving the community for 20 plus years, and we engaged them a lot earlier, letting them know what the next steps are, that we are, we went from intent to award and now we have to wait for this. So we have been in contact with them as much as we can to keep them calm. Official big notice came out yesterday for every one of them. The ones that choose to come over, we will respect their stations. We understand for us, this is a bit different. We're taking over an incumbent workforce. That's just not a passing by workforce. They've been there for many, many years. We are a community engaged company, as you can tell by our Mariposa service area. We want those employees to continue with us. So we want to provide them great uniforms, great benefits, a great working environment. I've said it before, they're the heart of the community. Nobody's going to serve the community better than a community service member that works for the 911 system. So we are engaging them.
And one other thing we've learned over the years is that hiring locally is the most important thing we can do. And we've committed to not only hiring and recruiting out of high school EMTs, sending them to school, and also we've committed to paramedic scholarships for our EMT workforce that wants to move on with their career and become paramedics.
That's great. And I think you addressed my next question was going to be, we are moving from a more valley-based one in this proposal to one that is Mariposa. Obviously, a lot of accidents happen in winter. I did have a concern that if these were going to be local drivers in EMS, or if some portion may be coming from Mariposa, and whether parts of the year that might not be very practical, parts where there's a lot of disaster. Do you anticipate almost all of them will be local to Tuolumne County?
Yes, Supervisor. So we anticipate, they're going to continue there. We may need to hire some EMTs. We are putting out bonuses for the employees that are there now. There's referral bonuses that we've already implemented, and that's actually been going very well. They are giving us those people, sending them over. Hey, I know this person. One lives in the community in EMT that she hasn't been able to get a job because MDA they haven't been hiring. It's been full crew for a long time. So she's already reached out to me. She's a community member of Tuolumne. She wants to leave where she's currently at and come over. So we are looking at those people that live there as
Great.
priority.
I appreciate
However,
that. And I think that covers, I just wanted to make sure that they're going to be locally hiring here. My last question on that really quick is just asking on what was the material difference with the Oak Valley submission of the RFP, if it is a similarly qualified, similarly paid local agency, but it came in at a lower amount. I'm curious what the deficiency was.
What I can say is that there was a 5-panel review board, and what I will say is that the budgets were not evaluated at the time of the review because we didn't want it to be just all about the budgets piece. And so the proposals were evaluated, and Mercy kind of won out by all 5 review panelists, is what I can say.
Okay. And I just didn't see those bids. We have the scoring based on the percentage criteria there as well.
Yeah, so we have record of all of the scores of all 5 panelists. It was 5 panelists. Yeah, 5 panelists. And I would have to go back and look at the exact evaluation criteria. It was part of the RFP. It's in OpenGov. But yeah, so the proposals were were rated, and Mercy kind of won out by all 5 panelists. I would say that the budgets were all kind of within they weren't drastically different. And then we went through some, some negotiations with Mercy, and they brought it down a little bit. But the budgets were evaluated after, the proposals were evaluated.
Okay. And just the last bit on that, because I trust the recommendation and the process through it. I just wanted to see, there is a challenge process. If somebody feels that that was not done properly, something wasn't tallied objectively, that is available if a contractor bid, didn't get it, and feels we made a mistake, that exists, correct?
Yeah, so there was actually a period for protest. I can't remember exactly when that was, but it's closed at this point. But yes, with all of our RFPs, we do that.
Sir, we can't, sir, we can't have you interrupt. I know you want to say your piece. It's just outside of our firm. Give me a second. Do we, want to make sure that we're not violating any of our own rules?
You're not violating any rules. Our understanding is there was no protest filed under the procedures in the RFP.
Okay.
I would be fine to, if
Yeah,
we
no,
can
no, I
give
just wanna make
60
sure that we're-
seconds,
yeah, that's
but we
fine.
would need it to be at the microphone, I believe.
Right, that's where I was going with this, right.
If we're willing to, so. Thank you. We'll wait till we get to the.
Yeah, because everything's recorded from the back row.
I understand. The once it was, everything was done, the scoring sheets and everything, we still have no idea what they were. We put in a public information request and we were denied. So we were left in the dark trying to figure out what happened here. And then until yesterday afternoon, I found out that the winning bidder was $250,000 more expensive than we were. And that's why I'm here today, because I'm still in the dark of what happened. Our organization is great. I'm not saying Mercy is not great, but we are equally as qualified and then some. And we're willing to do a great job, and our benefits are better, and our pay was better than they were making now. It was increased. So just the lack of information, the denial of information of how we scored, how everybody scored. And even the RFP, I'm not going to get into that, but I don't think everything was followed properly in the RFP either. So that's why I'm here today. I just don't think it was fair, and I think I should at least be given the information of how we stood up against everybody else.
Right.
And where all the timelines followed on the RFP as well.
That would be at a different conversation point that we could have. We can't have that discussion right now because it's not an agenda item, but we'll talk. I'll talk with county council and see what we can do.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, any further comments, questions? I'll bring it back to the board look for a motion.
Would it be okay to ask on a response for that? So mention that the data is available and was shared. We have a bidder that's saying that it wasn't shared there. Is that something that's available but wasn't sent out, but, do we know if that was shared with the other bidders?
So as far as the data after.
Scoring, panel
yes.
scoring.
There was a protest period which has closed. The data, because we were still in negotiations until just a couple days ago, we were advised by council not to release those because had our negotiations followed through, we would have gone to the number 2 bidder, number 3 bidder. Now that all of that is being finished, if it is today, that information can become available.
Right. And this is an issue on Mercy, but this does sound confusing. It sounds that I understand why we wouldn't necessarily release that, but then the protest period is also at a period of time we wouldn't release that data. So how would they protest if they didn't know what their scoring was or the reason why it was rejected? Do you know what I mean? It feels like the protest period would start after we had selected one and finalized something.
It was after we selected Mercy, but we still had negotiations to go through to get the budget done, to get the contract done. So the protest period it was all defined in the RFP. If you had a reason to protest, which doesn't require data, you could just protest because you wanted to. There was instructions on how to do that.
All right, so we're kind of outside the scope of this discussion. County Council, you have it? Your finger was on the button. Okay. All right, so the item before us is to approve or not to approve, so I will, unless there's any further comments, I'll go ahead and accept a motion.
I'll make a motion we approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstains. All right, passes 5-0. All right, so our last item is going to be number 18. Madam Clerk?
Item number 18, consideration of approving an updated 2026 Board of Supervisors meeting calendar.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Board. Per our ordinance code, the board is required to approve the schedule for the board meetings. We have added meetings for regular scheduled meetings, and also per the ordinance code, they have to be scheduled at Tuesdays at 9 a.m. It's not a special meeting, it's a regular meeting. The reason we were looking for adding these regular meetings were due to the fact that we are in the middle of recruitments. We want to make sure we have some dates on the calendar that we can expedite some of these recruitments and not have the gaps that we've had in the past in some of our recruitments to be able to do negotiations and that kind of stuff with the candidates as they come in. So the 2 dates that we're at were April 28th, 2026 at a regular meeting at 9 o'clock and converting the June 9th special meeting from a special meeting to a regular meeting also on Tuesday at 9 o'clock. And the two, the goal is to better facilitate the department head recruitments. We have the CDD recruitment that's currently in process, and we have the county council recruitment, which will be coming back to the board at that time.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
So it's the recruitments will be on the agenda for April 28th?
I think that we still have the CDD negotiation and recruitment. I wasn't aware that the candidate was not going to be available until today, so we may have that, but we do have other items on that schedule also.
What else? What other items do you plan to have on this one?
We have the item for the OES move. We have, give me just a second, I can bring it up.
We don't have a draft of that, correct? I don't want to say we have things on that agenda that might not be on that agenda.
We do have a draft if it gets approved that we will have on the agenda.
Okay.
Well, the reason it's relevant. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. And I just want to make sure that we're
more.
not locking ourselves in.
The reason it's relevant is, we're calling it a regular board meeting, but it's not the first or third Tuesday of the month, so it's irregular to what our schedule already was. And is there anything time sensitive on the 28th that can't wait until the 12th?
Well,
I know the recruitment was one, but it sounds like that's kind of gone away.
There is a time-sensitive item that does have to go, and that is the, I had informed the board of a contract for our Security Operations Center solution that was going to be on the agenda today. I pushed it to the 28th because we have to give notice on the 30th to the current vendor. The other item that's on there that was that was supposed to be on today's agenda that also got pushed is the co-locate agreement with GCSD. So those are the items that I want to bring back on the 28th.
Any further comments or questions, I mean?
No.
Okay. Any questions for my cohorts here? All right, we'll open it up to public comment. Anybody want to talk about our calendar? I do want to give a big shout out to Heather for color coordinating the one on the wall. So if you ever want to know, that's what it is. She'll have to update it after this, but. All right, we'll bring it back to the board then, since someone wanted to come up. So
Actually, a great idea.
What was that?
So that's actually a great idea because I'm constantly going back and forth
Yeah,
between my
I stole
calendar
it from the courts because, you could tell when their court dates were, so put it up on there, so it makes it easy. So anyway, with that being said, I'll accept a motion to approve these two meetings as presented by staff.
I'll make a motion to approve.
And I will second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ryan, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I voted aye.
Okay, thank you. All right, so it's 5-0. So I believe that concludes our meeting for today. All items have been addressed and discussed. Appreciate everybody taking the time to stick it out. Thank you.